The record in the Simpson matter, all parties are again present. All right, counsel, anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to join us? All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jury, please.
He told me at that point that the house had been cleared and that there were no more victims in the house.
Okay. Did he indicate anything to you with respect to what the possible identity of one of the victims might be?
He told me that he was pretty sure that the female victim was Nicole Simpson.
But did he know for sure at that point?
He didn't know for sure. He thought there was a pretty good chance that's who it was. He was told by one of the officers, I don't know who it was, that Nicole Simpson did live at that location.
Was there any indication as to the possible identity of the male victim?
No.
Did you give him some instruction at that point?
I asked him if the crime scene had been secured, and he indicated that it had. And I told him that I would respond from the police station as soon as I could, that I had notifications to make, telephonic notifications.
And did you make those notifications?
Yes, I did.
Who did you notify?
I made 6 telephonic notifications to detectives and my command staff. The first telephone call I made was to Detective Frank Spangler, who is the commanding officer of West Los Angeles Detectives.
Is he lieutenant?
Lieutenant, yes, ma'am. There was no one home there, however, I did get an answering machine, and I left a message on the machine.
Okay. Now, is he of higher rank than the detectives?
Yes, he is.
And who else did you call?
I then called Detective Ron Phillips. He was home, and I told him what we had and the location. And he indicated to me that he would be responding very shortly thereafter, and that he would pick up or at least meet Detective Mark Furman, that I did not have to call him.
Okay. And who else did you call?
I then called West LA Area Commanding Officer Bob Kurth.
And what's his rank?
Captain.
Okay. Is that above a lieutenant?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Who else did you call?
I then notified Deputy Chief Ron Frankel, who is the commanding officer of Operations West Bureau.
And is he above or below Captain Kurth?
He is
in terms
above
of rank?
He is above Captain Kurth.
And who else did you call?
And then
Sergeant Rossi, can you please tell us what you do for a living?
I am a sergeant with the Los Angeles Police Department, presently assigned to West Los Angeles Division.
And how long have you been at that assignment?
I have worked West Los Angeles for just about 5 years.
How long have you been a police officer?
It'll be 26 years in May, this coming May.
26. How long have you been a sergeant, sir?
I made sergeant in November of 1979, so I think that makes it pretty close to 15 years.
You said you are currently assigned as a watch commander?
I'm currently assigned as the morning assistant watch commander. We refer to that as an AWC. My duties are the same as a lieutenant watch commander when the lieutenant is off. And when he's on, and if we're both working, if I'm not off, then I assist him or her.
What do you do? What does a watch commander do?
Watch commander oversees the activities of all of the police officers and field sergeants on the watch or shift. The watch commander approves all bookings of the police officers. Occasionally I'll approve bookings for the California High Patrol officers that use our facility. I review and approve all arrest reports and crime reports, and in addition to handling usually a mountain of unrelated administrative paperwork, I respond to the field for various reasons.
Now, under what conditions would you respond to the field?
I'll go out in the field if an officer or a sergeant requests my presence on a particular situation, and then there are some incidences that occur that the department mandates that I respond to, and generally violent crimes, and of course any kind of homicide I have to respond to.
In any kind of homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are you supposed to do? What are your duties with respect to, for example, a homicide scene that you respond to?
My job is to go out to the scene and to ensure that the scene is properly secured and any obvious evidence is protected until the investigators get there. Prior to leaving to go out in the field, there are certain notifications that I have to make to the detectives and to my command staff.
And why is that? Why do you have to make those notifications before you leave the station to your command staff and officers?
And to detectives?
Yeah, and to detectives.
Well, I generally will make the notifications to detectives first because I need to get them rolling. They are the officers that will ultimately handle the investigation. And then I will go ahead and make the various command staff notifications because our command staff needs to know what's going on, especially when the homicide cases.
Okay. And by command staff, you mean the people above you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, directing your attention, sir, to the date of June the 12th, 1994, as of that date, were you assigned as the assistant watch commander at the West LA station?
Yes, I was on morning watch.
Do you recall getting a call from Officer Robert Risky?
Yes, actually, I was assigned as the watch commander that night because the lieutenant was off, so I was sitting in as the watch commander. Yes, I did receive a call from Officer Risky.
Remember what time it was that you got that call from him?
I believe it was somewhere around 12:30, 12:35 in the morning.
Sir, is your memory fresh with regard to what time you got the call from Officer Risky?
It's not real fresh, no. I haven't looked at anything since then. However, it seems like it was something after midnight.
Shortly after midnight?
Yes.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Sir, would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a copy of the crime scene log as to what time you were called?
Objection, Your Honor. He hasn't said it's a recollection of that.
He, I think, was his last answer exactly was.
No,
Yeah,
his last
okay.
answer, he says shortly after midnight, yes. First call. Crime scene log is when they got there.
He also testified, Your Honor, that he thought it was around 12:30. And then, so I have his answers right back to that?
No, I've just read them myself.
Ah. And I asked if his memory was fresh with respect to when he got the call, and he said it's not real fresh, no.
All right, proceed.
I haven't did anything since then. Would it assist you to refresh your recollection, sir, if I were to show you the crime scene log?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. You're familiar with how these are prepared, are you not, sir?
Yes, I am.
Showing you the log with the entry of Officer Risky for his time of arrival.
It shows Officer Risky arrived.
No, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sergeant, would you just read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection?
Yes, somewhat, yes.
And having seen that crime scene, officer, your memory somewhat refreshed as to when you got the call from Officer Risky.
Yes.
And what is your estimate of the time you got that call, sir?
Around 12:00:25, 25 minutes after 12.
I object. Reading from a piece of paper.
Yes, will you take that away, please, Ms. Clark?
It doesn't appear that he's doing that at all, as a matter of fact, when he testified. Let me point something out to you, sir. Do you see the time of arrival
Yes,
for Officer Risky there?
20 minutes after 12.
And that helps you, sir, to assist, to refresh your memory as to when you got the call. It's foundational, he's already said that.
Sustained. You can ask it in a non-leading way.
How does that refresh your recollection with respect to when you got the call from him?
Well, I'm just, I'm figuring if Officer Risky arrived at 20 minutes after 12, he phoned me shortly thereafter.
Thank you. And what did Officer Risky give you some information with respect to what he was there, he was at the scene for?
Officer Risky told me that he was on the scene of a double homicide.
And did he give you a location?
Yes, he gave me the address.
And what was that?
875 South Bundy.
And did he tell you, and did he give you any information about the scene as he found it at that time?
He told me that there was a female and a male victim outside of the location. He told me it was a condominium. And he told me that the door was open to the condominium, the front door. And he said he had not cleared the house yet, and he didn't know what he had in the house.
What does that mean, had not cleared the house yet?
That means that it's unknown what has taken place, if anything, inside the house, that there may be other victims in the house because this was such a violent crime, or suspects. And so it was imperative that he go through the house and make sure that everything was okay in that respect.
And did you give him some instructions, sir?
Yes, I did. I told him to. First, I asked him if he had requested a supervisor, and he said that he had. And then I told him, okay, go ahead and check the house and make sure that there are no more victims, and tell the responding supervisor to call me back as soon as he could.
Did you get another call then from someone at the scene?
Yes, shortly thereafter, I received a telephone call from Sergeant Marty Kuhn.
And did he give you some information as well?
He told me that he had received information from Officer Risky that they had cleared the house, that they had found 2 young children in the house, and that he had a unit en route to the location to take the children into protective custody and transport them to West Los Angeles Division.
This be a good time.
Ms. Clark?
Yes. I'm assuming the court wants to take a noon break. I'm going to move into a different area at this point.
All
You
right.
want me-
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour at this time. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't let anybody contact or communicate with you. Do not conduct any deliberations on the matter until it has been submitted to you. We'll see you back here at 1:30. Sergeant Rossi, you may step down. You're ordered to be returned here at 1:30. All right, we'll stand in recess, 1:30. On the record in the Simpson matter, all parties are again present. All right, counsel, anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to join us? All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jury, please. All right, Sergeant Rossi, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Records reflect we've been joined by all the members of our jury. Ms. Clark, you may continue your direct examination.
Good afternoon. I think where we left off, sir, you indicated that you got a call from Sergeant Marty Kuhn who told you about a double homicide.
Yes, I did.
And did he indicate anything else to you about the nature of that case?
He confirmed what Officer Risky had said about a male and a female victim. And he had told me, he told me at that point that the house had been cleared and that there were no more victims in the house.
Okay. Did he indicate anything to you with respect to what the possible identity of one of the victims might be?
He told me that he was pretty sure that the female victim was Nicole Simpson.
But did he know for sure at that point?
He didn't know for sure. He thought there was a pretty good chance that's who it was. He was told by one of the officers, I don't know who it was, that Nicole Simpson did live at that location.
Was there any indication as to the possible identity of the male victim?
No.
Did you give him some instruction at that point?
I asked him if the crime scene had been secured, and he indicated that it had. And I told him that I would respond from the police station as soon as I could, that I had notifications to make, telephonic notifications.
And did you make those notifications?
Yes, I did.
Who did you notify?
I made 6 telephonic notifications to detectives and my command staff. The first telephone call I made was to Detective Frank Spangler, who is the commanding officer of West Los Angeles Detectives.
The lieutenant?
Lieutenant, yes, ma'am. There was no one home there, however, I did get an answering machine, and I left a message on the machine.
Okay. Now, is he of higher rank than the detectives?
Yes, he is.
And who else did you call?
I then called Detective Ron Phillips. He was home, and I told him what we had and the location. And he indicated to me that he would be responding very shortly thereafter, and that he would pick up or at least meet Detective Mark Furman, that I did not have to call him.
Okay. And who else did you call?
I then called West LA Area Commanding Officer Bob Kurth.
And what's his rank?
Captain.
Okay. Is that above a lieutenant?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Who else did you call?
I then notified Deputy Chief Ron Frankel, who is the commanding officer of Operations West Bureau.
And is he above or below Captain Kurth?
He is
in terms
above
of rank?
He is above Captain Kurth.
And who else did you call?
And then I phoned the assistant commanding officer of Operations West Bureau, who is Commander Bushy, who is just under Deputy Chief Frankel.
Now, Deputy Chief Ron Frankel and Commander Bushy then both outrank Lieutenant Spangler,
That's correct?
and then obviously they outrank all the detectives as well.
Yes, they do.
And who else did you call?
The last phone call I made was to the West LA Patrol Captain, Constant Dial.
Connie?
Connie Dial, yes.
Is it common to make all those notifications whenever you get a homicide?
It's common to make the notifications to the detectives and to the command staff of the West LA, of your area and division. As far as the Operations West Bureau command staff, Deputy Chief Frankel and Bushy, I was told to make those notifications by Captain Kurth
Why?
because of the possible notoriety of this particular incident.
And after you made those notifications, what did you do?
I then was informed by my desk officer that there had been some witnesses from the location transported to West Los Angeles Police Station, and that the two children had arrived. I was told that the witnesses, other than the children, were upstairs and detectives, and that there was an officer with them. And I was informed that the two children were in our conference room. So I went over and I looked in the conference room and I saw the two children in there with one of my officers. And I made sure that they were okay. I didn't speak with them at that time, but they seemed to be okay.
And then you left?
Yes, then I informed the desk that I was going to be en route to the location on Bundy, and we checked out a police car, and I was driven to the location by a sergeant that had been in the station with me by the name of Sergeant Kurt Hussey.
How do you spell Hussey?
Hussey.
What time was it when you got to the scene at 875 South Bundy, sir?
I believe I arrived at the scene very close to 0130 hours, 1:30 in the morning, between, I think it was right about 1:30, yes.
And where did you park?
The police vehicle that I was in was parked at the intersection of Bundy and Dorothy. I exited the vehicle and I was approached by Sergeant Marty Kuhn and Officer Risky.
And they approached you on foot?
Yes, they did.
Where?
Beg your pardon?
Where was that? Did they approach you?
That was right there at the intersection, close to the intersection of Bundy and Dorothy.
Okay. What was the first thing you did when you got there?
The first thing I did was take a look at the front of the crime scene area to make sure that it was secured, and I saw that the police vehicle was parked at Dorothy and Bundy. I saw a police vehicle was parked at Gorham and Bundy, so as to not allow any type of vehicular or pedestrian traffic to come through those areas. I asked Sergeant Marty Kuhn if the back had been secured, and he said yes, it was secured the same way the front was at the alleyway, again at Dorothy and north to Gorham. I saw that the front had been also secured by yellow police banner tape, and that appeared to be proper to me. I asked him if there was any in the rear, and he indicated that there was, blocking off the thoroughfare of the alleyway. At that point, I made a determination that the crime scene was properly secured, and I asked Sergeant Kuhn and Officer Risky to escort me up to where they had indicated that the victims were.
Now, is that part of your duty, sir, when you respond to a homicide scene, to make sure that the crime scene is properly secured, the tape where it needs to be?
Yes, that's my primary duty.
And in that connection, sir, is it your duty also to make sure that the perimeter, that is where the crime scene tape is put up, is in the proper location?
That's correct.
What's important about that?
The fact that we are able to keep that crime scene as secure as possible until detectives get there.
Is it important that you make sure that that a certain area around the crime scene itself is cordoned off?
That's correct. That's what we did. We cordoned off the entire crime scene.
Was the traffic on Bundy blocked?
Yes, it was.
Did you happen to notice any animals when you got there?
Yes, when I first arrived, there was a male Caucasian holding a white Akita on a leash, and he and the dog were right there at the intersection of Bundy and Dorothy.
Okay. From P40, Your Honor.
P40A.
Thank you. Okay, are you able to see that?
Yes, I am.
And do you recognize the dog shown in this photograph, sir?
Yes, that appears to be the dog that was there when I arrived.
At 875 South Bundy? He was at the intersection
That's correct.
of Bundy and Dorothy? Is that yes?
Yes, that's correct.
P51, Your Honor.
You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes, that's the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy.
And you see the yellow tape that goes across, I guess, is it Bundy that is going across there?
That's correct, going across Bundy.
And is that the crime scene tape as you found it when you came to the scene at approximately 1:30 a.m.?
Yes.
P46. You should cut the feed for this photo.
Do you recognize what's shown there, sir?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what that is?
That's the police banner tape stretching in front of the Bundy location.
And is that how you found it when you arrived at the scene at 1:30 a.m.?
Yes, that's how it was.
Next.
P38, Your Honor.
Do you recognize what's shown in this photograph, sir?
That appears to be the rear of the condominium, the alleyway.
And you see the crime scene tape in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Both in the foreground and in the background there?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us if that's the manner in which you saw it taped off when you arrived at 1:30 a.m.?
Yes, that's how it was.
All right. Now, when you, after you met with the sergeant and with Officer Risky, what happened next? What did you do?
After I was convinced that the area was sealed properly, I then asked them to escort me up to the location so I could view the victims.
Yes, Your Honor, if you could cut the feed.
Yes. P42, Your Honor.
No, back up.
This is P43B, Your Honor.
Do you recognize what's shown now, sir?
Yes, I do. That appears to be the walkway leading up to the front of the house.
And does it appear to be in the manner that you found it
Yes, it is.
at approximately 1:30 a.m.?
That's correct.
How is it that you approached up to the area of the mailbox?
The area of the what?
The mailbox in that photograph, if you can see. How did you do that?
I walked up the grassy part of the front just to the left of where the victims are and just to the left of where that box is.
Okay.
I walked up to the gate.
Can you look at your monitor, sir?
Pardon? Yeah.
You see the red arrow?
Yes.
Can you tell us where to put the red arrow that shows the pathway you took?
A little farther over to the left.
Okay.
A little farther over.
Okay.
Probably right around there.
All right. And then walk upward from
That's
there?
correct, yes.
And is that tracing your path?
Yes, it is.
And you took that path all the way up to?
Just about as far as I could go, which there was a fence there.
Up to that mailbox then, or where that actual call box is?
That call box, yes, ma'am.
How do you trace it up to the call box?
There's to be no photography of any of these crime scenes where the victims depicted. Thank you.
And place the arrow by the call box? Great. And from that, shall we mark this and print it as, what's the original?
43B1.
43B1. This is getting complicated.
I could put the witnesses' initials on the photo. We're going to have to sort these all out later on.
Yes.
Yes, that's fine.
All right, would you put a DR up in the upper left-hand corner, please?
Thank you. Now, from that location, sir, was Officer Risky with you?
Yes, he was.
And did he have a flashlight with him?
Yes, he did.
And did he point certain things out to you?
Yes, he did.
All right. What were you, can we cut this now?
Just a moment. Your Honor, if I may have a moment, the markings are not showing up on the print frame for the printer.
As long as we have a moment, I could put 43B1 right on the lower corner.
We're going to put it on the back of the photograph. It will not print the markings with the
Why
markings
is
on.
that?
Why is that?
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'm not sure the markings are not showing up on the actual photo print check monitor. I will check the actual print which I just printed at this point in time.
All right, if necessary, we can have the witness actually draw on the photograph. Do you have a black marker,
Yes, Your Honor.
if necessary? Mr. Fairtlow, will a black marker write on one of those printouts?
This particular one will, Your Honor. It's a Sharpie type that will actually mark on the photograph.
Great, thank you.
May I see?
You may. Ms.
Now,
Clark.
I'm sorry. What were you able to see when the flashlight was shined on the victims?
I saw a female victim lying in a pool of blood. She appeared to be wearing a black dress.
What else could you see?
On the other side of her, I saw the male victim, and it appeared to me that the male victim was not completely lying down. He appeared to be in a semi-seating, slumped type of a position.
Yes.
Please.
And do you recognize what's shown there, sir?
Yes, I do.
And is that the male victim you just described?
Yes, it is.
And is that the position in which you saw him?
That's correct, yes.
All right, which exhibit is this?
This is 43A, B.
43B.
P59, again, each of the officers.
All right.
And can you see anything else that was visible to you at approximately 1:30 a.m. on June the 13th?
I remember seeing a white envelope, or at least a light-colored envelope, and a dark knit cap, and I saw a black glove.
I'm sorry?
I saw a black glove,
Glove?
yes.
Did it appear to be leather?
Yes, it did.
Can you give me a close-up of that?
On a P 56H.
56H.
P 55 now.
All right, P55.
People's next in order, Your Honor. P60?
All right, people 60.
Thank you. Do you see what's being pointed to in that photograph, sir?
Yes, I can.
Do you recall seeing that at 1:30 a.m. on the early morning hours of June the 13th?
Yes, I do.
Is that the glove you just described?
Yes, yes, it is.
And the cap you just described?
Pardon?
And the cap?
Yes, the cap also, yes.
Again, the feed will need to be cut for these images. P 43C.
Cut the feed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Back up.
43B.
Okay, showing you these photographs here, sir, 43B and C. You were able to see them?
Yes, I am.
All right. You see the walkway?
Yes.
That walkway, is that the walkway that goes from the sidewalk to the front steps of the condominium at 875 South Bundy?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall seeing it in that condition?
Yes, I do.
Did you look at it as when you first arrived at the location?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what you saw?
There was a lot of blood there, and in with the blood there was a lot of dog paws.
Dog paws?
Prints,
Paw prints?
yes.
Did you see any shoe prints on that walkway?
No, I didn't.
Cut, cut. Thank you. After you made the observations that you've just described to us, sir, what did you do next?
I then asked Sergeant Marty Kuhn and Officer Risky to escort me around to the rear of the location so I could preview that. And they did. We walked on the sidewalk, on the Bundy sidewalk. We walked southbound to Dorothy, and then we walked westbound Dorothy to the alleyway.
As you walked southbound on Bundy towards Dorothy, did you notice anything unusual on the sidewalk?
Again, there were a lot of dog paw prints going in that direction.
Bloody paw prints,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was going south on Bundy around to Dorothy?
That's correct. They continued on westbound on Dorothy for probably halfway between Bundy and the alleyway where they faded out.
See any bloody shoe prints going southbound on Bundy?
No, I didn't.
And where did you say that the bloody paw prints faded out?
About halfway between the alleyway and the Bundy sidewalk.
On Dorothy?
On Dorothy, on the sidewalk of Dorothy, yes.
Where did you go when you came out, when you went westbound on Dorothy?
To the alleyway, and we made a right-hand turn and proceeded to walk northbound in the alleyway to the rear of 875 Bundy.
This is P48H.
When you got to the rear driveway, sir, was something pointed out to you?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a Jeep parked in the driveway. I observed a white-colored sports car in the open garage. And as I rounded the Jeep, went to the north side of the Jeep, I was shown some change on the ground, and there was also some droplets of blood.
And looking at the photographs, photograph now, can you tell us if you, can we get a close-up of the blood drop? Okay. And does that, looking at those photographs, or does that appear to be the blood drop and the change that you've just described seeing in the rear driveway?
That appears to be, yes.
All right, what photos were those, Ms. Clark?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'll go through this again. Change is P48,
And that's P48?
P48J and K, and then blood drop is P48I, which is the correct code.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Now, was there a rear gate that you approached in that location, sir?
Yes, there was.
And did you go through that rear gate?
The gate was open, and Officer Risky and I walked down that pathway that borders the north side of the condominium.
This is P53A, P53B, P53C, P53D, P53E, and P53F.
Okay. Go back to the last one.
P53E.
Thanks. Seen those photographs, sir?
Yes,
First of all, the location shown in these photographs, this last series you've been shown, is that the rear gate you've described?
that appears to be the rear gate, yes.
And do you recall seeing blood on the gate at the lower rung where it was shown in these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Now, you went through that rear gate that's shown here?
Yes,
And from this vantage point shown in this photograph, you're standing outside the rear gate.
that's correct.
Okay, you went through that gate with Officer Risky,
Yes, I did.
and where did you walk?
We walked approximately halfway towards the front of the condominium, at which time I observed some what appeared to be bloody shoe sole prints on the ground, on the concrete.
So, and which direction were those shoe prints going, sir?
They're going towards the rear of the condominium.
Going from, in a direction that would be from where the victims lay out towards the rear gate?
That's correct.
And you didn't see any of those until you got halfway down?
That's right.
So they faded out halfway away from the victims?
Yes, I did.
When you saw those bloody shoe prints, what did you do next?
I stopped and informed Officer Risky that I didn't want to go any farther. And we turned around and walked back out to the rear of the complex.
Now, when you did that, did you take care to avoid the blood that you saw in the driveway and the change?
Objection leading.
Oral.
Absolutely.
And then where did you go?
We then returned to the front of the condo on Bundy.
When you got to the front of the condo on Bundy, what did you see? Did you see that dog, by the way?
Yes, I saw the dog.
Where was it when you came back out?
When I came back out, it had been secured by its leash to a pole on the other side of the street.
And then did you stay out in front of the condominium or in the intersection?
I remained out there until the detectives arrived, that's correct.
And where's out there exactly?
In the street, close to the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy. In Bundy, actually, though.
Okay.
On Bundy, yes.
Now, were there officers guarding the crime scene tape, preventing people from coming in?
Yes, there was.
In front and in the rear?
Front and rear, yes.
And which detectives arrived first?
Detective Ron Phillips and Mark Furman arrived first.
Were they together?
Yes, they were.
Where did you first make contact with them?
They walked over to me where I was standing on Bundy.
And were they on foot?
They had parked their vehicle on Dorothy, and they had walked over to me on foot, yes.
And where on Dorothy was that? Was that east or west of the intersection with Bundy?
Where was what?
Where they parked?
Where they parked? They parked their vehicle heading eastbound on Dorothy, just east of Bundy.
So be east of the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy.
That's correct.
And you met them out there in the street?
Yes.
Did you talk to them?
Yes, I did.
What'd you tell them?
I told them what we had there in regard to the two victims, and I told them that we had the crime scene secured, and that the only people, after I had responded, after I had arrived, the only people that were inside the banner tape were myself and Officer Risky and Sergeant Marty Kuhn. And I told him that we had gone around to the back after we had viewed the victims, and I told him what I had observed in the rear of the location, and I had mentioned also the dog paw prints that I had seen on Bundy and on Dorothy.
Now, you had officers that were securing the crime scene, making sure people don't go inside the tape, right?
That's correct.
Was that all they were doing? Were there officers out doing other things as well?
I had at least two officers, and Sergeant Marty Kuhn told me this because I asked him if anybody was checking the neighborhood for possible witnesses, and he told me that he had, as I recall, at least one team. There were two officers doing that, going from door to door and inquiring as to if there were any witnesses and taking information down on field interview cards.
All right, and after you spoke to Detective Phillips and Detective Furman, told them what you'd seen and what you had there, what happened next?
We then walked towards the victim, taking the same route that I had taken when I had first observed them, up the left side of the female victim in the grassy area of the front of the condominium. However, at this point, I decided to remain on the sidewalk because there were more people now and there was no reason for me to proceed. I allowed Sergeant Marty Kuhn and Officer Risky to point out the victims to the two detectives, and I remained on the sidewalk in front.
Now, when they walked up to look at the victims, what route did they take?
They took the same route that I had earlier.
You mean by walking on the grass and on the bushes?
That's correct.
Did anyone walk up that walkway while you were there?
Do you mean the walkway in front of the...
In front, right.
No.
The walkway leading from the sidewalk to the front steps to the body of Nicole Simpson. Did you see anyone walk on that walkway?
No one walked on that walkway while I was there.
All right, now, so you saw Detective Phillips and Furman and Officer Risky showing them the crime scene out in front of the condominium, the bodies of Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman.
Yes.
What happened next?
They then walked back down to where I was standing on the sidewalk, and they wanted to go around to the rear. So again, we proceeded in the same route that I had taken, southbound on Bundy and then westbound on the sidewalk of Dorothy.
And who took that route around to the back of the condominium, southbound on Bundy and west on Dorothy?
It was myself, it was the two detectives, and Sergeant Marty Kuhn and Officer Risky.
You all walked together?
Pretty much so, yes.
Where did you go?
What route again? Southbound on the Bundy sidewalk to the westbound Dorothy sidewalk.
And did you go up that alley again?
And then again up the same route in the alley, yes.
And did you all go back to that rear driveway area?
Yes, we did.
And was the evidence of the loose change and the blood drops pointed out again?
Yes.
See anybody step in any of that?
No.
Then what happened?
Then I told Detective Phillips that I had observed some shoe prints in the walkway, and he asked me to walk him up there through that area and show him, which I did.
So you took Detective Phillips through that rear gate and down the walkway again?
Yes, I did.
And you took him up to the bloody shoe prints that you saw?
That's correct.
And then stopped?
And then stopped, yes.
What happened to Detective Furman and Officer Risky?
They remained at the rear of the complex, around the alleyway, around the garage.
And was there anybody else back there with them?
There was Officer Terrazas, who was on a fixed post there for security.
And what about Sergeant Marty Kuhn?
Yes.
Where was he?
Yes, he was there also. And
In the rear?
In the rear. So was Officer Risky.
So all four of them stayed back there while you took Detective Phillips halfway down the walkway?
Yes.
And when you got up to the point of the last bloody shoe prints on the path, you did what?
I pointed them out to Detective Phillips, and then we returned to the back of the condominium.
Okay, and then what happened?
I remember Detective Phillips making a phone call or two on his cellular phone. I believe he called robbery homicide. But a short while later, we went ahead and... well, correction, let me back up a second. They being the two detectives and Officer Risky were talking about the inside of the house. And the two detectives had not been inside yet, and Risky had earlier. So they asked Risky to walk them through the inside of the location.
Okay.
And they did, and I remained out in the behind.
Okay, so how did he take the detectives into the condominium?
Through the garage.
Now, why was it important for these detectives to see the inside of the condominium?
Because it's an extension of the crime scene.
Or could be?
Or could be, yes.
And at that point, were Detective Phillips and Furman in charge of this case?
Yes, they were.
So, are you familiar with the duties of a detective in charge of a homicide case?
Basically, I've never been a detective, but I've been on many of these crime scenes.
So is it their job to examine all of the evidence and examine all of the crime scene to see what there is there?
Objection.
Sustained.
What is their duty with respect to the examination of evidence at the crime scene?
They have to tour as much of the crime scene as they possibly can to get an overview of the entire situation.
So Officer Risky took Detective Phillips and Furman into the condominium?
That's correct.
Where did you go?
I stayed in the alleyway.
At the rear of the condominium?
Yes, at the rear.
And at some point, did you see them come back out
Yes, I did.
all together?
All together.
And how did they exit?
The same way they went in, through the rear.
Through the garage?
Through the garage, yes.
Now, while you were staying out there, before they came back out, did you happen to notice any cars? You noticed the Jeep in the driveway, I think you indicated?
Yes.
Did you notice whether any of the doors seemed to be open?
I remember seeing the passenger door, the front passenger door of the Jeep ajar.
Was it standing open? I mean, wide open?
No, it wasn't wide open. It was maybe 3 inches.
Now, after Detective Phillips and Furman and Officer Risky all came out of the condominium through the garage, what happened next?
At that point, that's when I had a conversation with Detective Phillips. I told him that when I had spoke to Deputy Chief Frankel, Chief Frankel informed me that if it was determined that the victim was in fact Nicole Brown Simpson, that he wanted Detective Phillips to notify a robbery homicide.
And so did Detective Phillips make that call?
Yes, he did. I remember him talking to robbery homicide on his cellular phone.
Now, you indicated that you had left a message for Lieutenant Spangler.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and he's higher ranking than the detectives, right?
That's correct.
And did you see him arrive at some point?
While we were still at the rear of the location, Lieutenant Spangler walked up. He came from the Dorothy sidewalk and was walking northbound in the alleyway towards us. And he walked up to the two detectives, and they engaged in conversation. At that point, Detective Phillips gave Lieutenant Spangler a rundown of what we had seen and what we had been doing.
And did Lieutenant Spangler then walk down the walkway and look at the bloody shoe prints or
Oh, no.
approach the bodies of the victims?
No, he didn't do that.
Why not?
I think he accepted the explanation from both the detectives, and
I don't believe this was speculate, but
Sustain.
reminded the lieutenant.
Sustain.
After Lieutenant Spangler made contact with you all in the rear of the condominium, what did you do?
shortly thereafter we returned to the area of Bundy and Dorothy.
All of you?
Yes, at that point all of us walked there. Yes,
Okay. What about Officer Risky? Did he come back also?
yes he did.
And Detective Furman and Detective Phillips also?
That's correct.
And then Lieutenant Spangler was in front as well.
He came back around the front with us, yes.
Did you remain out in front at that point, sir?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do? When I say out front, can you tell us where that is approximately?
In the street, on Bundy, just north of Dorothy.
P51.
Again, when you said the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy, that you met them in the street, you stood out in the street there, is that the approximate location shown where the gentlemen are standing in the photograph now before you?
Yes, it is.
Now, is Dorothy the street that is in the bottom portion of this photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and then it intersects and Bundy is the street that you see the brown car parked on?
that's right.
And the brown car would be facing in a northbound direction then?
That's correct.
And this blue car in the foreground would be facing in a eastbound direction on Dorothy?
That's correct.
What did you do as you stood out in front there at the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy?
I told the two detectives that I would make myself available, I would stay there, and if they needed me to do anything, to get a hold of me. My captain arrived right around that same time. Constance Dial showed up.
And did you speak to her?
I did, yes. I told her what we had been doing up to this point. And the detectives went about doing something, but I lost sight of them because I was talking with Captain Dial.
Okay. And is she your boss?
Yes, she is.
You were standing with her in the intersection.
That's correct.
Did you see any other detective arrive?
Not too long after that, I remember Detective Van Adder arriving.
And what did you see him do?
He approached Detective Phillips and Detective Furman.
And
They
who-
engaged in conversation.
Where?
The detectives, Phillips and Furman, had returned to where I was on Bundy and Dorothy, and that's where they spoke with Detective Van Adder.
Out in that same intersection then?
Yes.
And then what did you see them do after they spoke?
I remember just a few minutes later, they went ahead and approached the immediate crime scene again, where the victims were.
And who was it that you saw approach the crime scene at that point?
It was Detective Phillips and Detective Furman and Van Adder.
The three of them.
Yes.
Did you see what route they took?
They went the same route that they had taken, that I had taken earlier.
And by that you mean what?
To the left of the female victim, up through the grass and the foliage area, up to the fence.
So that'd be to the left of the walkway.
To the left of the walkway, correct.
Now that grassy area you're talking about, is that a flat and level area, sir?
No, you have to walk up it. It goes up and it's kind of tiered.
So it's kind of up a little incline?
Exactly.
And you saw them take that same path?
Yes, they did.
Did you see anybody shining a flashlight on the crime scene area around the victims?
They were using flashlights, yes.
And then did you see them leave that area by the same route, walking back through the grass?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you see the three of them walk towards the rear alley?
I don't remember them walking towards the rear.
Do you remember seeing them come out onto the sidewalk of Bundy?
Yes.
Did you ever see them then proceed down Dorothy towards the rear alley area of the condominium?
I remember them walking that way, yes.
Now, at what point did you leave that scene, sir?
I believe I left right around 04:10, 04:15, around that time.
4:10 to 4:15 a.m.?
Right, I discussed it with Captain Dial, and I told her that it doesn't appear that I am needed here anymore, and that I would leave as many police officers there as the detective wished. And she said, fine. I told her I had some work piling up at the station, so I discussed it with Detective Furman, and let him know that I was going to be leaving. And I told him he could use as many of the police officers that were there. And at that point I left.
Now, was that part of your duties as well to determine how many police officers would be assigned to assist in the investigation of a crime scene?
No, that's not my job, but I just told Detective Furman that whatever we had were available to him, whatever he needed. Of course, we still have a patrol division to run and radio calls coming in, so I was discussing it with him and was wondering if there were any people he could kick loose so I could use them for patrol functions.
Now, when you left at approximately 4:10 to 4:15 a.m., was Lieutenant Spangler still there?
Yes, he was.
About what time did you get back to the station, sir?
Got back to the station right around 5 o'clock. I had stopped and picked up something to eat and brought it back to the police station.
Shortly after you got back, did you get a phone call from Detective Phillips?
Yes, I did, shortly after 5 o'clock.
Did he make some request of you?
He asked me to call West Tech Security, and he asked me to inquire.
All right, thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, you may proceed.
Sir, I'm going to ask that you write the number down on this pad so that we don't publicize this number, because I think you probably don't want it publicized.
No, you're right.
Right, hello chat. Welcome. Well, some of you've been here for a while, but it's been about an hour, but anyway. Okay, so I was just letting this clip kind of play through before I got to this part. Okay. So, Chrissy says, Alien Maya Hernandez verdict, but what she got charged with for 25 life, they recharge her for 12 counts. January 12, they will be back. Yeah, that is a surprising situation. I would have thought that it would have been all in one time rather than in parts. And any thoughts on lip filler case? Obviously she would be guilty. But if sometimes they'll give a lesser sentence than what they could have gotten. Some people we have talked about the Maya Hernandez when it was starting out. Chrissy told me about it. And she said, hopefully no retrial. Okay. Now, other people have commented, which I take into consideration, is that, the vehicles didn't have some sort of a manual. Maybe she didn't know that the vehicle's AC goes off at a certain time after an hour. She didn't know that. Of course, she did neglect, in my opinion, for leaving the child in the vehicle. The child should never have been left in the vehicle. But yeah, I don't know if she realized, because usually in older cars, you could leave an air conditioning on forever. But she may have not have been known, and the manufacturer may have not have been explicitly that it's going to go out after an hour. So that's something that's been argued. She is young. But yeah, of course, she would be guilty, and it shouldn't be treated lightly. So it is a bit of a surprise. At the same time, I could see where people might not be a jury may not be fully giving her the harshest sentence that could be possibly given because of certain circumstances, but still a child was in danger and a child did die. So, yeah, those are my thoughts about it. But, exactly, she said, because I think she made a grave mistake, but no malice. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, it's a difficult situation because a child was left in a vehicle that shouldn't be left in a vehicle. Child did die in the vehicle, and that is, so punishment should be put there. But, yeah, I don't know if she was knowing that the vehicle was going to go off at a certain time. Right, like, certainly neglect and child abuse, they should be given the fullest penalty that could be given, but I don't know if she intended for that child to be killed, and I don't know if she knew that the vehicle was going to go off at a certain time, with the air conditioning was going to go off at a certain time, because if the air conditioning was on, if the air conditioning would have stayed on, the kids would have been alive, but it was a long time she left them in there. She shouldn't have done that. She shouldn't have left the kids in there at all, especially someone could have been kidnapped, or, so I definitely think it's neglectful, and she should be sentenced for it, but I don't know if it was completely intentional. If she had known the vehicle was going to go off at a certain time, the AC in there, I don't know if she would have left them in there like she did. But definitely neglect, and she needs to be, punished for it. But there's certain circumstances where I can see where the jury may not be seeing it as intentional, and the vehicle going off was not something she foresaw, but still she should have looked into that, because you're leaving a kid in the car for over an hour in the hot sun. So yeah, I definitely think she was guilty, and she needs to be tried for it, and Judy said that child herders get off lightly. I do think there is truth to that to some extent, and child herders or people that neglect a child should be given a hefty penalty, but in her entire life, I don't know if eventually she could learn her lesson and not do it again. At some point, she would get out and know she did something wrong, but then again, a child's life was taken away. So yeah, that's my thoughts about it. And anybody that could disagree or want to say something, feel free to say your thoughts about it, of course. I don't want to get something too wrong. And that man who committed self-deletion after his kids didn't get life, he had 30 years and had proven history of doing that several times. Okay. Chris said, but not for second-degree murder or manslaughter, right? Right. Right, exactly. And she was overcharged. Okay, you think she was overcharged? Okay, thank you, Fifi, for your position on that. All right. Okay, and I'm going to just read you all the summary about it. So on December 18, 25, a jury in Bakersfield, California reached a partial verdict in the trial of Maya Hernandez, who was accused of in the hot car death of her 1-year-old son. Guilty, conviction. Hernandez was found guilty on 2 counts of child endangerment, child cruelty. These 2 charges were for both her 1-year-old son, Emilio, who died, and her 2-year-old son, Matteo, who survived. Mistrial declared. The judge declared a mistrial on the most serious charges, second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter, after the jury reported they were hopelessly deadlocked and unable to reach a unanimous decision. All right. Yeah, so I'm not surprised because of certain circumstances about this, but we'll see how the full verdict charges stay. Got 25 to life. Let's go here and put that there. Maya Hernandez was not convicted for the charges that carry sentence to 15 years to life, often referred to life behind bars. On December 18, the jury was unable to reach a verdict on the most severe charges, resulting in a mistrial for the following. Second-degree murder. This charge carried potential sentence of 15 years to life. Involuntary manslaughter. This charge carried a potential sentence up to 4 years. And this is what she was convicted of. Hernandez was found guilty on only 2 counts of child endangerment, also referred to as child abuse or child cruelty. And no kid should be left in a car like that, in my opinion, of course. That's really messed up. All right, sentence range. For the conviction, she faces a total sentence of 2 to 4 or 6 years in prison. Status of life charges. Retrial decision. District Attorney's Office has not yet been able to decide if they will seek a retrial for the second-degree murder charge. Next hearing, a status hearing, is scheduled for January 12, 2026, where prosecutors will announce whether they will pursue life charges against it or a new trial. Yeah, so that is exactly what has been occurring, and we'll see in January if she's tried for more. Okay, and let's see. Let's fact check that. Correct, Fifi. As of December 18, 2025, Maya Hernandez is not currently facing a sentence of 25 years to life. So, I don't know if something else came out, but no, so far, anything I can see, she's not facing that right now. Current legal status: guilty convictions. The jury convicted her of 2 counts of child endangerment. Mistrial and major charges. The judge declared a mistrial for the most serious charges: second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter. Potential sentence range. For the second-degree murder charge, she originally faced a penalty of 15 to 20 years to life, not 25 years to life. For the current convictions, a maximum of 6 years. All right. How long has she been locked up? 5.5 months following her arrest in June 29, 2025. She was arrested on June 29, 2025, the day her 1-year-old son Emilio died after being left in a hot car. All right, so partial verdict: she remains in custody, though the legal proceedings has been on bail exceeding $1 million. She's scheduled to be sentenced for the child counts of child endangerment on January 12, 2026. Retrial decision on the same date. The prosecution will also announce if they intend to retry her on deadlock murder and manslaughter charges. The father of the baby is in prison. Case moved quickly. Father of the baby in prison. Oh, okay. A fun fact for you all right now. In California, child endangerment penal code 7273 APC is a wobbler offense, meaning it can be charged as either a misdemeanor or a felony based on the risk harm to the child. If the conduct occurs under circumstances likely to produce great bodily harm or death, it is typically charged as a felony. Prison sentence 2 to 4 to 6 years in California State Prison. Fines up to $10,000. Sentencing: if the child suffers great bodily injury, an additional 3 to 6 years may be added to the sentence. If the defendant's negligence resulted in death of the child, a separate enactment of 4 additional years may apply. A felony conviction is considered a strike. The child suffered great bodily injury or death. Some more fun facts, then we'll go back to the OJ thing. Okay. Misdemeanor child endangerment. If the risk to the child has not involved a great bodily harm or death, it is charged as a misdemeanor. Jail sentence up to 1 year in county jail. Some jurisdictions may cap this at 6 months. Fines up to $1,000. Mandatory probation conditions. If a judge grants probation instead of prison jail time for PC 73A, conviction in California law mandates specific minimum conditions, minimum duration, at least 48 months of probation, counseling, a completion of a minimum of 1 year child abuser treatment program, protective orders, a court ordered to stay away for restraining the defendant. Right, the road books, yeah. A court order stayed away or restraining order preventing contact with the victims. Testing. Absence from drugs and alcohol enforcement by random testing if offense was committed under the influence. Child abuse resulting in death PC 273AB, a separate, more severe charge for caretakers of child under 8, which carries mandatory 25 years to life state prison. All right, so now back to the trial of OJ.
It'd be great if you start getting 10,000 calls a day on the private line. And the number that you've just written for us, I'm going to show to council now. This number is this the number that the Detective Phillips called you on that night?
That's correct.
All right, we'll mark that sheet of paper, People's 61? 61.
Thank you. Cell phone number.
He gave it to me out at the scene.
When you were at 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
All right, then you, I think you indicated West Tech said they didn't have a listing, or you had that asked you to get a specific address. Is that right?
They indicated that they didn't show a listing, and he asked me if I could get a number, yes.
Okay, and then you indicated you called Detective Phillips and you got the address.
That's correct.
Then what did you do?
I called West Tech back, got a hold of the same operator, and I gave him the number of 360 Rockingham.
And what did he indicate then?
Well, there was still some...
I think the result of this exchange may be admissible, but all of the talk back and forth, I think it's just plain hearsay.
Sustained.
That's true. Did you attempt to... You gave the address of 360 Rockingham, is that correct?
That's correct.
And after you had given that information, sir, did you call Detective Phillips again?
I called him back because there was some confusion, again, even with the numbers that I gave West Tech, they still, Operator 48 was still having a hard time finding a listing. So I told them that I would call the detectives back, and I did. I got a hold of Detective Phillips, and he said, well, try it again because there are signs on the property indicating that West Tech has the security contract.
And so did you call back again?
Well, before I had a chance to call back, I got a call from West Tech, and it was Operator 48, and he said, was that North or South Bundy? And I said that was North Bundy.
Excuse me? Bundy?
Rockingham.
Okay.
And I told him it was North, and he said, oh, okay, well, we have a listing for Mr. O.J. Simpson.
Whether he got the phone number or didn't get it, that's all the trouble.
Correct. Can we just ask non-hearsay questions that will get us a non-hearsay response?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Did you ask whether they had any information as to whether or not the defendant was in or out of town?
Yes, I did on that same telephone call when he told me that he had the listing. Yes.
Okay.
And he indicated that he did not show that Mr. Simpson was out of town.
Did you then call, Detective Phillips back then?
Yes, I called him back.
And did you give him information concerning the defendant?
I told him what I was just told by West Tech, yes.
That the defendant, they had no record that he was out of town?
That's correct.
Now, at that point, when you called Detective Phillips on his cell phone, had he received the defendant's phone number at his home yet?
No.
I mean, the defendant's home phone number.
No, he did not.
And did you get another call from Detective Phillips after that point?
A few minutes later, Detective Phillips called me back and asked me to make another telephone call to West Tech and to find out if they had a key to 360 North Rockingham and if it could be sent out there with a representative from their company.
Now, did you get more than one call from Detective Phillips within that time frame, within those few minutes, requesting the key?
Yes, I did. I believe I received at least 2 within a real short period of time.
And after you got the second call requesting a key, what did you do?
That's when I called West Tech back, and they told me that
Conversations, can we get to the
Sustained.
result?
I'm not, right.
Sustained.
they told
Did- no,
Hold
no,
on,
no,
hold
no.
on.
Wait.
Sergeant, would you please listen precisely to the question that is asked of you? Answer just that question. Don't volunteer anything, any information that is not requested of you, please. Ms. Clark.
Sergeant Rossi, did you ask West Tech if they had a key for the defendant's home?
yes, I did.
And they responded, and they gave you an answer, is that correct?
Yes,
And based on what they told you, did you call Detective Phillips back again,
yes, I did.
right after you spoke to them?
Yes,
And when you spoke to Detective Phillips a second time, what did you tell him?
I told them that West Tech indicated they did not have a key.
And did you indicate, right, and then did you call back to Detective Phillips again about 10 minutes later?
Approximately 10 minutes after that phone call, yes, I did.
And again, this is on his cell phone.
Yes, it is.
And why did you call that 10 minutes later again?
I wanted to find out if a representative from the West Tech company had arrived there, because I was told that there was a 2-minute ETA to get somebody out there to our detectives.
Okay, now, so you had asked West Tech for a key,
That's correct.
and did you ask, and based on their response to you, did you ask for something else?
Well, when they told me they didn't have one, I asked them if they could send a representative out there,
And why?
because the detectives they felt they needed to get into the residence, and they may have to force entry if they couldn't get a key. And if that was the case, they wanted someone from West Tech there
For what purpose?
to be there when they made forced entry.
To witness it?
To witness it, yes.
And so after you discovered that they did not have a key, did you call West Tech or have another conversation with West Tech concerning having someone from West Tech go out to the property?
Yes, I did.
And you were given some time estimate as to when someone would arrive?
Yes. Operator 48
Okay.
told me it would be about 2 minutes.
No, no,
Wait. Sergeant,
I'm trying.
listen very carefully to the question. The question was, were you given it some time estimate as to when somebody would arrive? The answer to that question is either yes or no, not what the answer was. Ms. Clark.
And after you got that information, was that when you called Detective Phillips back?
That's correct.
And you were calling for what purpose?
To inform him what West Tech told me.
And then did you also call to find out what had happened, if anyone had arrived?
Yes, I did.
Now, you were at the West LA station, sir?
That's correct.
And was it requested of you by Detective Phillips to make contact with the children, Sydney and Justin?
Yes, he asked me that.
And what were you doing at his request?
Per his request, I went in and checked on the children.
More than once?
No, I just did it once. I had
Wait.
checked.
I'm sorry?
I did it twice actually that evening, but only once to Detective Phillips' request.
And was that to make sure they were all right?
That's correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Rossi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you give us, please, a little bit of your educational background and police training that led you to your present station in the force?
I spent 5 months in Los Angeles Police Academy, and after I graduated from the academy, I entered college and I took a police science major. I've worked several field-related details. The majority of my time on the job has been in uniform and in the field.
How long were you a patrolman before you made sergeant?
10 years, just about.
Is that a normal interval or somewhat faster than the average?
It's relatively normal. I actually worked patrol for the first 4 years. Then I transferred to Metropolitan Division, which is also primarily a uniform detail. And we do similar patrol type of work, but it's throughout the entire city, but it is in uniform.
The rank of sergeant, does that have several grades?
Yes, sir, it has 2 grades.
1 and 2?
That's correct.
And the rank of detective, how many grades does that have in West LA?
That has 3.
And downtown?
The same?
And I take it that 3 is the higher rather than the lower
Yes, sir.
grades? On the night in question, Detective Phillips was a 3, Detective Furman was a 2, is that correct?
That's correct.
How do those ranks compare with the insignia that you're wearing in the hierarchy of the police department?
A Detective 3 is a little bit higher than me, and a Detective 2 is a little bit lower than me.
You're in the middle.
That's right.
There. Now, as part of your training, did you take specialized courses in, for instance, homicide?
In college, I took 2 criminalistic courses, yes.
And have you ever had any specialized courses in crime scene protection?
The same 2 courses covered that.
Has there been any continuing legal education requirement or law enforcement education requirement in the LAPD that you have observed?
No, sir.
Have you ever been to any seminars or schools on crime scene protection since you became a policeman?
Other than college? No, I haven't.
Are you responsible in any way for the training of younger officers who are usually the first to arrive on a crime scene, are they not?
Yes, I am.
Patrolman?
Yes.
Well, objection, that seems back to how Anderson counsel is testifying,
Overruled.
who are usually
Overruled. Is it necessary, because patrolmen are apt to be first at the scene, that they have some training in what it is that needs to be protected?
No more than a regular patrol officer.
All right, well, I don't know where you're starting from, so we better define it. Should they be trained to preserve footprints and foot impressions, for instance, and protect them from obliteration?
objection, Your Honor, no foundation.
Overruled.
They're not trained specifically for that. The only thing they're trained for as far as preserving a crime scene is to secure the location.
Well, that's a word that I'd like to define with you, if we can. What do you mean when you say secure the location of a double homicide, Sergeant Rossi?
Disallow anyone other than authorized personnel to enter the location.
What are the risks if people are allowed to wander in and out of the crime scene? The risks to the evidence.
To contaminate. That would contaminate it.
All right. Now, you accepted, as I understand your testimony, the word of Officer Risky that the crime scene, quote, was secure.
That's correct.
You made no inquiry of him as to what precisely he meant by that, or what it was that was secure, did you?
No.
You accepted that blanket assurance as being sufficient
I could
to
see
preserve the integrity of the evidence, did you not?
That's correct. I could see that it was secured.
No. When you were told on the phone, hard on the heels of his arrival, that the crime scene was secure, you couldn't see anything, could you?
No, not then.
No. You had to rely on his word
Yes, sir.
that it was secure,
Yes.
but you didn't inquire as to what he meant by that.
No, I didn't ask him.
And you didn't inquire of the nature of the scene that he was securing, did you?
I didn't ask him.
No. Do you know the difference, for instance, Sergeant, between a footprint and a foot impression?
No, I don't.
Assuming, if you will, that a footprint is a two-dimensional residue of someone having walked somewhere with or without a shoe, and a foot impression is a three-dimensional residue, would you think those worth preserving for the benefit of the detectives who might be called upon to solve the case.
Yes, sir, I would.
There wasn't any question in your mind that this was a brutal and deliberate double homicide from the minute you heard the description, true?
That's correct.
This was hardly, possibly, an accidental killing.
Yes, sir.
Furthermore, there wasn't any question in your mind, once Officer Risky had swept through the premises, that the killers, whoever they were gone. True?
That's correct.
At large, on the loose, carrying with them, in all probability, some bloody evidence. True?
Objection, killers, plural. Counsel's testifying.
Sustained. Fact, not evidence. Rephrase the question. Killer or
Are
killer?
we restricted to the state's theory of one killer, erroneous
No.
though it may be?
No, but the question assumes... Hold on. I was speaking with counsel. The question assumes a fact that's not in evidence we don't know. You can
Very well.
phrase it properly as killer or killers.
Fine, I accept that.
Thank you.
Is it fair to say that based on everything you knew, a killer or killers was somewhere away from the property
Yes.
and possibly still a risk to others in the community?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you first heard of this crime and you were told that this was the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson, is that the way she was described to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Nicole Brown Simpson was known in the Brentwood area, was she not? Known to you?
She really wasn't known to me. No.
I don't mean personally acquainted. I mean, you knew who she was.
Yes.
So that the name is one you would associate with Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say as well, Sergeant, that the minute you heard that, you had the notion that this might become a high-pressure case with
Yes,
lots
sir.
of media attention?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, from 55 minutes after midnight when you made your first phone call to 1 o'clock when you called Phillips and right on through to 1:25 when you finished talking with Captain Dial, you discussed the potential of this case with every single superior you had, correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. And it was a matter that you were worried about, true?
Yes, sir.
One of the reasons for that worry, as Officer Risky has said, is that the media might get there before the detectives and wreak havoc with the scene. That's a fair concern, isn't it?
I wasn't real concerned with that.
You weren't concerned about that.
No.
Well, did you learn from Officer Risky when he called that he was on a phone in the home of the victim?
Not when I called. Not when I talked to him on the phone. I didn't know where he called from.
Do you know anything about the operation of telephones in Los Angeles County, and Brentwood in particular?
Objection, evade.
Sustained.
All right. Are you familiar with a last number redial option that you can get on telephones in this community?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Star 69 service?
No.
Okay. What does last number redial do if you use that facility on a private phone, for instance?
It means if you press the button, you'll dial the number you had previously called.
Okay. And what happens if you pick up that phone and dial a new number?
I believe it erases or obliterates that number.
Wipes it up.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ask Officer Risky whether or not he might be able to take a phone in that home and try last number redial?
I didn't know where he's calling from.
No. Did you ask him whether or not he could go into that home and find a phone with last number redial on it and hit the button?
No, I didn't.
Might it have been useful to detectives to know who the victim last telephoned before her death?
Yes.
Objection, it's in fact not evidence that she had the last number redialed.
It's also speculation. But that's something, if we establish that it was in fact true, that's something that can be argued to the jury. Proceed.
We will establish that it existed.
Proceed.
All right.
No, it's sustained. This is a question for some other witness. It's interesting, but it can be argued at a later point.
Fine.
Motion to strike the answer.
It's inconsequential at this point.
Is it fair to say it's something that wasn't discussed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is it not a cardinal rule of law enforcement that when danger is at hand, policemen go in pairs?
Generally, yes.
Generally.
Yes, sir.
When you talked with Officer Risky, how many able-bodied police officers were on the scene already, if you know?
No, I don't know exactly.
What is a crime log, Sergeant?
It's a chronological report of people who show up at the scene.
And who keeps crime logs in homicide cases such as this one?
Who kept that log? Is that what you're asking me?
Who kept this one?
Officer Chris Cummings?
Chris Cummings. All right, he arrived according to, I guess, his own crime log about midnight, correct?
I don't know.
Have you ever looked at the crime log other than when Miss Clark showed it to you this morning?
I looked at it about 3 days ago, yes.
It was brain cancer he had, and he died in 2005, so he died 20 years ago. I'll read you exactly what it says that. And I remember I researched this a couple of days ago and found out that way. That's how I found out. Alright. He died from complications related to inoperable brain tumor. He passed away at the age of 67, March 29, 2005, at his home in Los Angeles. And he was from the state that I'm in, up north of where I am, north of the state. Now, O.J. Simpson himself died from cancer. He passed away from prostate cancer at age 76 on April 10, 2024. Other members of the Dream Team that passed away, Robert Kardashian died of esophageal cancer in 2003, age 59. F. Lee Bailey died in 2021, age 87, from natural cause illness. Oh, okay. So it was a brain tumor. I'm saying it's cancer, but it's a brain tumor, technically what he had. Okay, thank you, Judy, for explaining. Alright. I'm glad she got it removed. Oh, well, let's do this. Oh, like this. An inoperable brain tumor is a growth that cannot be safely removed by surgery because its location is too deep or near the vital areas that control life functions. Alright. Bad thing about brain operations, usually have to take med for seizures. Oh, I can imagine definitely. That's what it does, Judy, for sure. It would cause seizures. Very, very dangerous and lethal. And F. Lee Bailey, 1933 to 2021, was a legendary American defense attorney and prominent member of O.J. Simpson's Dream Team. He was renowned for his theatrical courtroom style and expertise in cross-examination and polygraph tests. Bailey's most famous contribution was the cross-examination of Detective Mark Furman. He famously forced Furman to state under oath that he had not used the N-word in previous 10 years. Oh, okay. In his 60s. Aunt had him a neighbor here also. Okay, thank you for explaining. He famously forced Furman to state... Okay, I said that. Okay. Defense later provided... This is a role in the OJ trial. Provided tapes of Furman using the slur multiple times, destroying the detective's credibility, providing a jury with basis of reasonable doubt. And before the Simpson trial, Bailey had already built a reputation of defending some America's most notorious figures. Dr. Sam Shepard successfully overturned Shepard's murder conviction in 1966 case The Inspired The Fugitive. I didn't know that. And now The Fugitive's a good show that I watch. I didn't know that he was that had to do with that. He defended the person that the show was based off of. The Boston Strangler represented him in the 60s, though DeSalvo was eventually convicted of other crimes. Patty Harris defended kidnapped Ayers Harris in 1976 for her role in bank robbery. Harris was convicted, but her sentence was later commuted. Legal downfall and death, dismemberment. He was disbarred in Florida 2001 and Massachusetts 2003 for misconduct and mispurporting a client's funds related to drug trafficking case. Prison and bankruptcy. He spent 44 days in federal prison in 96 for contempt of court, eventually filed for bankruptcy in 2016. Death. Bailey died in age 87, June 3/21, in hospice care in Georgia. No specific case of death was disclosed, though he has been in poor health. Okay. That's some background about these cases. All right.
In connection with what?
At the time I arrived and the time I left.
All right. And was that in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, it was.
All right. Well, when you looked at it, did you examine to see what time others arrived so you could put things in perspective?
I've glanced over it.
And who assigned Officer Cummings to be the crime log officer?
I don't know. Possibly Sergeant Kuhn.
That would assume, of course, that Sergeant Kuhn was there before Sergeant Cummings, or that the order was first given when Sergeant Kuhn arrived, whenever that was.
Yes.
Okay. What is the obligation of the crime log officer with respect to keeping these kinds of records?
To sign in and to sign out officers that arrive at the location and
When you
leave.
say sign in and sign out, do the officers actually have to log in with their handwriting, or does the officer who is in charge of the log simply note their arrival?
The officer that's in charge of the log notes that.
Okay. So that the fact that you are logged onto the crime scene at a certain time doesn't mean you endorse it. That means that's what that officer thinks.
Yes,
right?
sir. That's right.
But there is a second source of time information with respect to arrival and departure from the scene, is there not?
Generally, it's with communications. Is that what you're talking about?
And field reports,
Sometimes, yes.
incident reports?
Yes.
All right. If there is a conflict between one officer's time log and the individual report filed by an officer who came to the scene, which is the more reliable, if you know?
I don't really know.
All right, well, if we may come back to the moment that Officer Risky told you about the homicide. This was the first call, right?
Yes, sir.
Up until that moment, when you picked up the phone and found him at the other end, you had no idea anybody had been killed,
That's correct.
let alone Nicole Brown Simpson. True?
True.
He told you that he had not yet had a chance to clear the victim's home. True?
True.
But you did not understand that he was speaking to you from the victim's home.
Not at that time, no.
He expressed concern that there might be other victims in the home.
Yes, sir.
He also expressed concern that the perpetrators, one or more, might be in the home.
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that based on the information you already received, the perpetrator, paren S, could be considered armed and dangerous?
Certainly.
Well, did you authorize or direct Risky to clear the house by himself, Sergeant?
No, he had another officer.
You said get another officer?
That's correct.
Well, you didn't mention that on direct. Is that something you overlooked?
I don't believe I was asked.
I believe you were asked what directions you gave Officer Risky, and you told him to clear the house. Do you now say that you told him to get another officer to go with him?
No, he had told me the officer was already there, sir.
Where were the other officers when Risky was in the home calling you, if you know?
He indicated to me that the other officer was in the home with him.
Which one?
Officer Dick Wally.
Wally, all right. McGowan-Wally team then was the second to arrive almost at the same time as Risky.
I believe so.
And do you know, as you sit here today, whether or not Officer Wally went with Risky through the home and found no perpetrators, but did find 2 young children?
I was told that he did go with him, yes.
Do you know the age of those children?
Not
As of June?
Not exactly, sir, no.
Do you know if they were in school?
They were school age, yes.
School age?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know whether or not any of the telephone equipment in the home had speed dial buttons with Dad written next to them?
No, sir.
No. Did you ever inquire?
No.
If the fear had been expressed that there might be other victims, I take it you thought from the circumstances that somebody might be after the Simpson family or some of its members.
At that point, I wasn't assuming anything like that.
Well, I don't mean assume, let's say concern. Were you concerned?
I think that'd be a legitimate concern, yes.
How many of these homicide cases have you been involved in over your career?
Probably in the neighborhood of 300, 250.
So you've had considerable experience in the order and the importance of things to be accomplished when a homicide occurs, have you not?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that the very first priority is any possible medical treatment that could be afforded any victim who has not died?
That is correct.
There was no indication in this case that that was a realistic possibility, was there? Oh,
Could you repeat that for me?
yes, the description that you got as to the 2 victims out by the gate indicated that they were probably very dead at that point, true?
Yes.
The second concern would be the protection of any other victims who might be at risk because of whatever dynamics had caused the first homicide to occur, true?
Are you saying if there were other victims? That would be my next concern?
Would you not, as a police officer, when you learn that a prominent person has been killed, worry that some other family member might also be a target?
Yes.
And it would be appropriate, would it not, to try to identify, locate, and warn any such person?
Yes, if that was appropriate, if that was possible.
If it were possible. Now, you knew in this case that O.J. Simpson was a living citizen of Brentwood, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you hoped, when you learned what had happened to his wife, that he continued to be living, correct?
Certainly.
But there was always the possibility that he, too, was the target of whatever force had done her in. Wasn't that so?
I suppose.
Didn't you prioritize to any degree notice to Mr. Simpson, if you could give it?
I don't understand the question.
Notice to Mr. Simpson means a telephone call or some other communication saying your wife has been murdered,
Yes.
and you better watch out. Did you prioritize that?
At that point, sir, that wasn't one of my concerns, no.
Was it your concern before you left the police station at 1:25 when you completed your phone calls?
Not then, no.
Can you tell us why it was that for the better part of an hour after you learned of a brutal homicide, you were not concerned about notifying the ex-husband?
Because those types of notifications are done by the detectives.
Oh, and until the detective comes on the scene, he stays at risk, is that it?
Well, if that's what you want to say, yes, that's what we do.
Well, it appears that that's what happened and a lot worse, isn't it?
Are we arguing here with the witness counsel?
All right, withdraw.
Thank you.
Is it not true that no one made an effort to notify Mr. Simpson until after 5 a.m. when you were on the phone with Westhead?
I don't know, sir. I don't know if the detectives tried to do it earlier or not.
They didn't do it in your presence, did they?
Oh, no.
And you didn't leave the scene till 4:10.
That's correct.
And if anybody had been dispatched to find Mr. Simpson prior to that, you would have known about it, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily. The detectives have taken over the case at that time.
You think they might have slipped away without your knowledge to do that?
I don't know if they would have slipped away, but they could have assigned somebody to do it.
Well, sir, they were there until 4:10 themselves, weren't they? Weren't they?
Yes.
All right. Did you ever inquire of them what efforts are being made to notify Mr. Simpson?
No, I didn't.
Now, did you know that you had at hand, before you left the police station, the means to get hold of Mr. Simpson if you chose to do so?
No, I didn't.
Did it ever occur to you that a 70-year-old girl might know her father's telephone number?
Yes.
Or a boy?
Yes.
Singing? Okay. Did you bother to ask them for it?
No, I did ask the little girl if she knew if her father was in town or out of town.
Yeah, what'd she say?
She said she thought he was in town.
Okay. Did you ask for his phone number so you could reach him?
No,
Why not?
I didn't think of it.
Why did you spend 50 minutes trying to get it out of West Tech after 5 a.m. when she was still a few feet away?
Because I was responding to requests by the detectives.
You mean the detective said we want to get West Tech to get the phone number, and you didn't tell him I can get it from Sydney right here?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, objection, that calls for speculation. How does he know if she knows the number of the path or date?
Testified he thought she would.
Get it.
Overruled.
Okay. Corrected. This is a 9-year-old girl, making it even more likely she might have that information, correct?
Objection, counsel, testify.
That's testifying.
Would you say that a 9-year-old girl would know her dad's phone number, in all
Objection, that
probability?
calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I don't know. I didn't ask her, so I don't know if she knew it or
Your
not.
human experience doesn't tell you whether or not it is likely.
Counsel, we know from the jury questionnaires, the vast majority of our jurors have children, or once were children at 9 years old. We
All
can
right?
move on.
Point is made, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now then, what duty does a watch commander have to walk through the scene of a double homicide once he gets there and is told it's been secure, whatever that means?
So I could accurately report to the detectives when they ask me questions.
Is it your experience that at some point down the road, detectives and technicians will arrive?
Yes.
And the technicians are the people who try to preserve and lift impressions of various sorts that may identify or exclude certain suspects, true?
That's correct.
All right. That would include footprints,
Yes, sir.
which can in some cases be as singular as a fingerprint, true?
Yes.
And would include fingerprints themselves,
Yes.
and in these days, other chemical traces that might be relevant and helpful, true?
True.
In addition, in this case, Sergeant, you saw that a tremendous amount of blood had been lost by at least one of the victims, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And that it had already been trampled up by a dog, right?
Yes.
Now, what made you assume that the perpetrator or perpetrators had not walked through the soft earth over which you trampled to get to the gate? How did you know that?
Because we checked the path and we didn't see any indication that somebody had walked through there.
You have an inspection that you made as you walked through those plants, is that right?
Yes, we did. As we walked, we shined the flashlight to make sure we weren't stepping in anything that would be of evidential value.
And you're able to tell us that when you walked up that path, there were no footprints ahead of you, is that right?
That's correct.
Did Officer Risky tell you he had walked the same path?
No, he didn't.
You didn't notice his footprints there, is that right?
No, I didn't.
Now, did you notice that the body of Ronald Goldman was lying in the main on soft earth, heavily shaded?
Yes, it appeared to be on soft earth.
Was it apparent to you, soon after your arrival, if not before, that Mr. Goldman had probably put up severe resistance as he was being killed?
I don't know.
Did it occur to you that there might be, in that area of soft earth near the walkway, the footprints of the person who had committed the crime?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Weren't thinking about it?
Nope.
Okay. Well, how many people did you tell not to go into that area for fear of ruining the case?
I didn't have to tell anybody. Nobody went in.
Nobody went in.
Not while I was there.
Why in the world did you need to go on the crime scene to begin with if you're not a detective?
So I could give the responding detectives an accurate account of what was there. They require that from me.
So without waiting for a trained detective to arrive who might know what evidence to preserve, it is your duty to go in and look so you can tell him what he's about to see. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, was it fairly apparent to you that whoever had perpetrated these homicides had departed in some direction?
Yes.
And how many possibilities were there for the departure route on that early morning?
Would you repeat that for me, please?
Yes. Would you tell the court and jury how many possibilities you saw for an exodus by the killer or killers after the homicides were done and before the police arrived.
Objection, an exodus?
Do you want to rephrase that?
A way out. You understand?
Well, yes, I do.
Okay. How many ways out were there?
Well, it was outside. The scene of the crime was outside, so...
Well, they didn't go straight up.
So other than straight up, they could have left in any direction.
Over the roof?
I suppose, if they...
Over the fence?
Yes.
Didn't it seem likely that they had either gone out the front gate or out the back gate?
It didn't seem likely to me until I went around to the back and saw the footprints.
Up until then, it never occurred to you that footprints might be there. Is that right?
Oh, I thought there may be.
Okay. You said it didn't seem likely they'd gone that way. Why not?
I said it didn't seem likely they went what way?
Out the back.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you didn't say that?
No, I didn't
Pardon
say
me. Wasn't the evidence staring you in the face that somebody had to go out the back?
Well, like I said, it was outside, so...
I understand. Didn't you tell us in your testimony that you saw tracks on the sidewalk on Bundy?
On Bundy?
Yes.
Dog tracks only.
That's right.
Yes.
So if the killer wasn't a dog, then somebody had to go out the back end, didn't they?
Certainly,
Didn't
they could have gone any direction.
Without leaving any footprints after being in all that blood, Sergeant?
Well, that's possible, yes.
And how is that possible? Please tell me.
To just leave and cover their tracks somehow.
Leave and cover the
Yeah.
tracks. Would you explain to all of us how that could be accomplished by a
Well,
killer with
if-
bloody feet?
If they didn't get blood on their feet, they wouldn't leave tracks.
Having been at the scene, can you imagine that the perpetrator or perpetrators didn't get blood on their feet? Can you imagine that?
There was a lot of blood there.
No. Can you imagine that these murders were accomplished without getting any blood on the feet of the
I
perpetrator?
think anything is possible.
Anything is possible. So you think they may have been fast enough on their feet to avoid blood while accomplishing the carnage that we've been looking at on screen. Is that right?
I can't accurately testify to that, I'm sorry.
Oh, all right. Well, now, when you got around to the back, it began to occur to you that that may have been the means of escape. True?
Yes.
And that there could be found there, on the hard surface, terracotta, a porous hard surface, evidence of footprints that could be tied to a specific shoe, right?
Are you asking me if I saw footprints?
No. I'm asking you whether it occurred to you that if that were in fact the means of escape, and the killer or killers had run out that way, that there could be somewhere between the position of the bodies and the back gate some footprints that could identify the perpetrator.
Yes.
All right. When did that occur to you?
When I saw the footprints.
And was it after you saw the footprints that you elected to go with risky and walk on the walkway?
No, it was prior to that I made that decision.
Prior to that. Until you actually saw the footprints, you never thought about the possibility that you were obliterating footprint evidence as you walked?
Objection. That assumes facts not in evidence?
Overruled.
Do you understand the question?
I understand the question, yes, sir.
Did it occur to you, by you and Risky, who's got pretty good sized feet, walking up that walkway, you could be obliterating evidence?
Well, we're assuming facts, not evidence. We don't know how big these officers' feet really are.
We saw Risky's feet, Your Honor, for quite a period of time,
No,
coming in and out.
I didn't look.
All right.
All right, we're going to take our recess at this point, Mr. Bailey. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess until 3:30. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves for any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you or conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Sergeant Rossi, you may step down. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except for the lawyers. You're ordered to come back at 3:30. All right, we're in recess. Gentlemen, be seated. All right, Sergeant Rossi, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good afternoon again, Sergeant. You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Bailey, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I think prior to the recess, we established the fact that one of the concerns after a homicide occurs is the notification of other possible related victims.
Yes, sir.
And that's something that your department, to your knowledge, first attended to sometime after 5 o'clock that morning.
As far as I know, yes, the detectives
Right.
did.
Now, there are other things that need to be looked after as quickly as possible when a homicide occurs, right?
Such as?
Well, notifying the detectives to get to the scene so they can detect,
Correct.
right? And in this case, you notified Detective 3, Ron Phillips, at exactly 1 a.m., according to your own records, that there had been a double homicide, and you told him who had been killed, didn't you?
I told him that that was a possibility. That's who the victim was, yes, sir.
And, well, there wasn't much doubt in your mind after Risky told you what he found in the house, was there?
I was pretty sure.
Okay. You said you didn't know he was calling from the house a little while ago, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know that, even though he told you he's looking at a picture of O.J. Simpson in a letter addressed to O.J. Simpson?
He didn't tell me that, sir.
Oh, he didn't tell you that?
No.
Oh. When did you first hear that from Officer Risky?
I didn't hear that from Risky.
To this very day?
No.
Okay. The word lithograph doesn't bring back any memories, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. How far away from Bundy does Officer Phillips live?
About 35 miles
Okay. In what community?
in the Santa Clarita Valley.
And Officer Furman lives down somewhere around Redondo Beach?
I'm not sure where Detective Furman lives.
Do you know Detective Mark Furman at all?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long have you been familiar with him?
About 4 years.
4?
Yes, sir.
Did you know him in 1989?
No, I didn't.
Did you know him in 1985?
No, sir.
Okay. When you talked to Phillips and he said, look, I'll take care of notifying Furman, you took him at his word and did not call Mark Furman, correct?
Correct.
Did they give you, or did Phillips give you, any estimate as to when you might anticipate that he would arrive to take over the crime scene?
He told me he would get there as soon as possible.
As soon as possible?
Yes, sir.
Which turned out to be an hour and 10 minutes, right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Now, did he explain why it was necessary to meet Detective Furman at the station and then they both go to the crime scene?
No, he didn't.
Was it not plain to you that that arrangement would require that the later of the two would hold up the other one?
I didn't know that that was the plan.
Were you anxious to get them at the crime scene as soon as possible?
Yes, I was.
Would you explain to the court and jury the relationship between yourself as watch commander with respect to responsibilities and Sergeant Kuhn?
Sergeant Kuhn is a field supervisor.
I understand that. He arrived within apparently 10 or 15 minutes of Officer Risky and Officers McGowan and Wally, right?
Testifying.
Sustained. Question assumes facts that are not in evidence.
I'm sorry, I thought that he had told us that Officer Risky arrived at 12:15.
No.
When did Officer Risky arrive, according to your answer?
Officer Risky already testified to when it was he arrived.
Pardon me?
You were talking about Sergeant Kuhn.
No. I'm talking about Risky
All right.
and Kuhn as related to Risky. When did Kuhn arrive, if you know?
Shortly after Officer Risky arrived.
If the crime log says 30 minutes after the hour, would you accept that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. When you say shortly, you mean minutes, hours? Can you help us any better than shortly?
Within a few minutes?
A few minutes. Okay. Now, when Sergeant Kuhn arrived, who was in charge of that crime scene?
Sergeant Kuhn.
So that if any transgressions were made upon the integrity of the crime scene, he would be the one responsible. True?
Until I got out there, Sergeant Kuhn was responsible for that crime scene.
Now, when you got there, who was in charge until the detectives arrived?
I was.
If Detective Furman, who was a slightly lower grade than you are, as I understand it, had arrived alone before Phillips, would he nonetheless have been in charge of the crime scene by virtue of being a detective?
Yes, sir.
And would he have then taken full responsibility for whatever happened there?
Yes, sir.
And if he'd issued directions, would you have felt bound to follow them?
Yes, I would.
But whereas they arrived together, Detective Phillips, of course, being a third grade, is superior in rank anyway, is he not?
Yes, he is.
And by virtue of being a detective, nonetheless, has the right to control the crime scene.
That's correct.
All right. Now, where in the regulations is it provided that the watch commander will go upon the crime scene after it's been secured and while waiting for detectives? Is there anything in the manual about that?
Not that I know of.
How often have you done it?
Every time I've secured a crime scene,
Okay. Well, my understanding is you were told the crime scene was secure before you got there.
Yes, I was.
Experience would teach that any time you walk upon the ground, you may affect what's already there, right?
No, not in this case. I was careful where I walked.
You
I was
were careful
watching.
where you walked.
Yes.
You know what a footprint looks like?
Yes, sir.
You do. Can it be seen with the naked eye?
Yes.
All footprints can be seen with the naked eye?
Well, if they're a footprint, if they're visible, they can be.
Don't you know that many footprints can't be seen until they're dusted with powder?
Overruled. Overruled.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Did you know that some footprints can't be seen except when shown with an oblique light?
Overruled.
I suppose that's possible. Yeah.
Have you ever heard that in all of your training in the 300 homicide scenes you've been at?
Yes.
Okay. Now, having that in mind, at the time you were there, it occurred to you that a footprint left on the hard surface and not visible to the naked eye could be disrupted by you walking around those bodies?
No.
Did not. All right. As you walked down the back alley, from the alley behind the house toward Bundy, until you saw bloody footprints and turned around and backed out, had you seen anything of significance?
Yes, I had.
What had you seen before you turned around?
There were some blood droplets out behind the garage.
Okay. Now, did that give you reason to suspect that maybe one or more of the perpetrators had used that means to exit the premises?
Yes.
And when you saw the blood drops, you nonetheless continued down the walkway, correct?
Yes, I did.
And perhaps in the course of it, obliterated some of those footprints the naked eye can't see. True?
I don't believe I did that.
All right. You say you don't believe that you did.
No.
Would you explain to the jury how you could not believe that you obliterated something that you couldn't see in the first place?
Because I was careful where I walked.
What difference would that make if there were a dust residue footprint on the walkway?
Now we're arguing. We're arguing now.
Okay. If you're careful where you walk, what does that mean? That you avoid stepping on things of significance?
That's correct.
Okay. And if something significant can't be seen, can you avoid stepping on it?
If I can't see it, no.
All right, thank you. Is it your experience from being involved as a law enforcement officer in a great many homicides? Strike that out. Do you normally get to the scene before the detectives?
Yes.
And so there generally in each homicide that you investigate as a watch commander at least will be a period where you have the responsibility. True?
Would you repeat that, sir?
Yes. In the average homicide on which you work, let's say in the past 5 or 10 years, is there generally a period of time after the patrolmen arrive and before the detectives arrive when you, the watch commander, a sergeant, will be in charge of the crime scene?
Yes, there is.
Among the objectives of the police department when a homicide occurs that they have been unable to prevent, and prevention is the first objective, isn't it? Police, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, certainly. How's that? Is it not fair to say that they are about equally important, Sergeant Ross?
Yes.
Because to identify the guilty person in a homicide, it is often necessary to exclude other possible suspects. True?
True.
Now, in that respect, is it fair to say that time of death is an absolutely critical factor in solving a homicide?
I think that's very important.
Yes. And it can be controlling, correct?
Yes.
Once you know the time of death, it becomes much easier to exclude people who were elsewhere. True?
I can't accurately testify to that. I'm not a homicide investigator.
Well, I understand that, but as a matter of sheer logic,
Sustained.
strike it out. As a matter of your experience, would you say that people who are not at a homicide scene at any time when it's going on probably didn't commit the homicide?
Well, that calls for a legal conclusion, counsel.
It does?
We have the law of aiding and abetting in this state.
No, I said commit.
And/or
Not assist.
conspiracy, sure.
All right.
Trust me, it's a legal conclusion.
Okay. Is it important to know the whereabouts of possible suspects at the time of death as it is established in the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you, at the time you arrived at the crime scene, have any brackets? That is to say, the last time the victims could have been alive and the last time, or the time they were known to be dead.
I didn't have that information.
All right. Well, you had this information, that some witnesses at the scene had called the police.
Objection, Your Honor.
But strike it out. Strike it out.
Withdrawn.
What did you learn about the discovery of the bodies as to time?
The only thing I knew about time is when,
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. This is not a fact in dispute, counsel.
the only thing I knew about time was when my officers arrived, the first arriving officers were found the victims.
Okay.
Is that what you meant?
Yes. And they told you there were witnesses there who discovered the bodies, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that this was all within a few minutes?
Yes.
All right. So as you sat there as watch commander, did you assume that you had a couple of bodies in your hand that might have been killed as late as midnight, thereabouts?
I didn't assume anything about time, sir, at that point.
Okay. But you did know they were dead by the time they were reported as such?
Yes, I did.
Now, as to when they were last alive, did you hear anything that night from Officer Risky about ice cream?
Yes, I
What
did.
can you tell us about ice cream? What does it do when it's outside the refrigerator?
It melts.
That depends a little bit on the ambient temperature as to the rate at which it melts, right?
Yes?
And the kind of ice cream that's melting.
I can't testify to the type of ice cream. I don't know.
You're not an expert on melting rates?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Did Officer Risky tell you that he had discovered in the home of the female victim some partially melted ice cream?
At one point that evening, he did, yes.
And did that give you any idea as to what the brackets were around the period during which the homicide could have been committed?
No, it didn't.
All right. So, for all you knew at that point, it could have been much earlier, the previous day, June 12th, that the victim was last seen alive, right?
I wasn't given time of death any kind of a thought, sir.
Understand that. You were given a time when everybody knew they were dead. I'm asking you, were you given any information as to when they were last seen or heard as being alive?
No.
Okay. The broader that time can be, the more important the medical and scientific evidence is in establishing time of death. Would you agree with that?
Argumentative. Yes, it is. It calls for speculation. It's beyond the scope of this witness's testimony.
I think you told...
This is something you can cover with another witness.
I understand.
Thank you.
I think you told us some time ago that you were aware that establishing time of death could be very important to an investigation.
Yes, I did.
And I think you've also told us that for a period of time, from 125, you were the person in charge of the scene.
In charge of securing the scene, yes.
And in charge of the case until the detectives
No, I was
arrived,
not
right?
in charge of the case, sir.
No?
No.
You had no obligation to take any steps to either find the killers or call for additional help.
Not at that point. My obligation was to make sure that crime scene was protected.
All right. Is it the policy of your department not to let anyone call for a coroner or technicians until the detectives get there?
Generally, that's a detective's advice, yes.
Is there any case in Los Angeles where the coroner is not called after murder occurs that you know of?
Not that I know of, no.
Do you think there is any risk whatsoever in not calling the coroner promptly?
Objection again, this call for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you know his number?
The coroner's number?
Overruled. Overruled.
I don't know it by heart, but I had access to it.
Could you have reached the coroner's office if
Yes.
you wanted to?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that at no time did you attempt to do that?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I think you've described for us the places that you went before Detectives Phillips and Furman arrived at about 10 minutes after 2 that morning.
Yes.
Is that the first time you saw them that day?
Is that the first time I saw the detectives? Yes, it is.
On June 13th?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen them on June 12th?
I don't remember if I did.
Okay. Did they arrive together in the same vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember where they parked?
Yes, I do.
Now, had you the slightest idea when they arrived who the other victim, that is to say the male victim, was?
No, sir, I didn't.
Do you know if any efforts had been made to identify that victim?
No.
Had anyone taken down the numbers of automobiles parked in the vicinity on the chance that the victim may have driven to the scene?
Yes.
Had they been run through the central computer to identify the registered owners?
I don't believe so at that point.
Had not been done by
No.
2:10 a.m.?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Do you know whether or not, oh, by the way, how long did you spend inside the home at 875 South Bundy?
I never went inside.
You never went inside?
No, sir.
Did you ask for a description of what was inside from any of the officers who had been through it?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever learn whether or not there was a list in the kitchen of all the important numbers, phone numbers, police, fire, relatives, etc.?
No, I didn't.
You ever ask?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay. What was the very first thing that the two detectives did when they arrived and after you told them what you had seen when you went onto the crime scene?
They viewed the victims.
Well, do you know what their purpose was in doing that?
To take a look at the immediate crime scene.
Now, what path did they take to get from the sidewalk where I presume they started to the scene inside the gate? Do you know?
They took the same path that I had taken.
So if Risky took that path and you took it, and now the two detectives taken it, had anyone else taken it in the interim?
Sergeant Kuhn?
Sergeant Kuhn. How about Captain Zielman from the fire department?
He wasn't there when I was there.
Never was?
No.
Hadn't he already come and gone?
I believe so, yes.
Oh. And he was there to assure that the bodies were dead?
Yes.
Okay. And had done that?
As far as I know.
All right.
Objection, I call for speculation, hearsay,
Overruled.
personal knowledge.
Do you know how he got from the sidewalk to the crime scene?
Who's he?
Captain Zielman, Your Honor.
He'd come and gone. How does he know?
Someone may have told him.
Hearsay and speculation. Next question.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he had walked the same path that you walked?
Objection, that assumes back on evidence that you
Overruled.
walked the building.
A more artfully phrased question. You can answer the question.
Please,
You know.
please repeat it.
Do you know whether or not he had walked from the sidewalk to the crime scene on the same path that you and Risky and Kuhn had walked?
Objection calls for hearsay and assumes as not evidence. This witness said he seen him left before he got there. How do you know? Only by hearsay.
Question is, do you know? Overruled. Do you
No,
know?
No, sir, I don't know.
Next question.
Okay. Did Phillips and Furman walk together up that same path?
Yes, they did.
Can you now remember the nature of the surface of the earth over which all of you walked that morning?
It was a form of grass, as I recall.
Wasn't it soft loam in which plants were growing?
There were plants, ground cover type plants, yes.
Now, you told us earlier that in order to be sure that you didn't disturb any evidence, you took your flashlight and walked up the path, making sure there were no footprints there that you would step on. Do you remember that?
Making sure there was no evidence
Footprints would be evidence,
of any kind, yes.
or any other evidence.
Correct.
Did you see everybody else do that as they went up the path?
Yes, sir.
Took the flashlight?
Yes.
Now, you said that when you walked up the path, you didn't see Officer Risky's footprints,
No, I didn't.
and you didn't see Sergeant Kuhn's footprints. Well, when Detectives Phillips and Furman walked up that path, did they turn to you and say, Sergeant Rossi, there are footprints here?
No, they didn't.
Did not? Okay. They continued up to the scene and inspected the area and the bodies, right?
Yes.
Where did they next go, or either one of them?
They both then came back down to the sidewalk to where I was.
Okay. Now, at this point, did any of you look for human footprints as opposed to paw prints around the area of the sidewalk and the street and so forth?
Yes.
Where did you look?
Right around as we walked on the sidewalk, we kept looking with our flashlights.
And did you further look in the shrubbery where you had walked parallel to the sidewalk to see if anyone had left in that fashion?
I didn't personally, but Detective Phillips and Furman were using their flashlight in various locations in the immediate area.
Now, where did you see them inspect while you were there?
Around where the victims were lying and in the grassy area, At one point, one of them walked over to the sidewalk area that is adjacent to the walkway and shined his light.
Okay. Just yes or no, did Mr. Furman say whether or not he knew the female victim?
No, sir, he didn't.
Did he say whether or not he'd ever met her or her ex-husband before?
Not to me.
No discussion along those lines?
No.
Okay. What means of communication were Detectives Phillips and Furman using in your presence that morning?
Sustained.
Did either one of them have a cellular phone?
Yes, Detective Phillips had one.
Did you observe him using it to call other people?
Yes.
And were you standing close enough to learn who he purported to be calling?
Yes, on one call I did.
Which was that?
When he called robbery homicide?
Okay. That was pursuant to the message you gave him from the chief saying he wanted robbery homicide, which meant the detectives downtown in on this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell him why the chief said that he thought that would be appropriate?
No, I just told him that was what the chief requested.
That was an order,
Yes.
and it was non-discretionary?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pursuant to which Phillips made the call.
Yes, he did.
Can you tell us about what time, according to your best recollection, after 2:10 a.m. when he arrived, Detective Phillips called robbery homicide?
Well, it was after we walked to the rear of the location, so I would say probably 15 minutes after they arrived.
Okay. So they arrive at the curb, go up the little path and look at the scene, come back out, shine their lights in the foliage, and then go around Dorothy up the alley to the rear gate.
That's correct, yes.
All right. Now, did they then go in the house?
Yes.
Did.
Yes, they did.
How long would you say they had been on the scene when they went into the house?
Oh, probably 15 or 20 minutes.
Had they, before going into the house, ventured up the walkway inside the rear gate?
Did they go up the walkway prior to going in the house? Was that the question?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
How long did they spend going up the walkway toward the crime scene from the alley and through the gate? How much time?
It was just Detective Phillips and I, and it was only probably about a minute.
Well, did you venture as far as you had on your first trip with Risky?
Yes.
And did you stop in the same place?
Yes, sir.
And did you point out to Detective Phillips the visible footprints that you had noticed before?
Yes, I did.
Did Detective Phillips say anything to you about wiping out footprints that weren't visible?
No.
Did not. You just walked up there. How many feet would you say it was from the gate to where you stopped?
Oh, probably 100 and... from where again? I'm sorry.
From the rear gate. You entered the rear gate, I take
Right.
it. You noticed blood drops there. Then walked in. Did you notice them the second time?
Yes.
Did you point them out to Detective Phillips?
Are we talking about the blood drops or the footprints?
No, the blood drops near the gate.
Yes, I did.
All right. And then you walked up the walkway
Right.
that goes beside the house toward the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know today what the total distance is between the gates?
No, I don't.
Any estimate?
110 feet?
Okay. What percentage of that distance would you say that you covered on these two occasions on foot?
Approximately 30 feet?
30.
30, 35 feet, yes.
Okay. So you didn't get up as far as the entry door off the walkway, is that right?
That's correct.
What was the other detective doing while you two were walking up the walkway?
Detective Furman?
Mm-hmm.
He remained behind the garage.
Doing what?
I don't know.
Well, did you see him looking over the Jeep?
No, I didn't.
You ever see anyone touch the Jeep?
No, I didn't.
You ever see anyone dust the Jeep?
No, sir.
Okay. During this first 15-minute period and before the call was placed by Phillips to robbery homicide, did you hear anyone call the coroner?
No, I did not.
Did not. Did you fellows discuss the wisdom of doing that?
It wasn't discussed with me, no.
Okay. All right. When did they enter the home, before or after the call downtown?
I believe it was before.
Okay. And they walked in through the garage?
That's correct?
Is that how they entered?
Yes.
You can enter through the garage or from the walkway, right?
Not the walkway.
Aren't the two doors into the home from the walkway?
The front of the house is, well, what walkway are we talking about?
The walkway I'm talking about runs gate to gate, the
No.
whole up and down.
I don't remember an entrance to the house there, no.
You don't?
No, sir.
Where was the entrance to the house that you could go in if you didn't want to enter through the garage?
I saw a front door that was on the Bundy side of the house.
Is there a
Which-
walkway parallel to Bundy?
Parallel to Bundy?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a walkway from the sidewalk up.
No, I understand that. Exclude, if you will, the walkway that runs gate to gate.
Okay.
Up some steps, down some steps, and so forth.
Exclude that.
Exclude that.
Okay.
Are there any other walkways that give access to the home?
No?
Okay. So therefore, any doors at ground level that enter the home have to be adjacent to that walkway, don't they?
To the walkway in the front. Now, I thought you were talking about the walkway on the side of the house.
The walkway on the front, starting at the gate,
Right.
runs beside the house all the way to the walkway in the back, doesn't it, Sergeant?
It also leads off to the front door.
And you say that's not all one walkway.
Well, it leads off, you have to turn into the door to get to it.
All right, let's move on. They went in through the garage in any event.
That's correct.
You never entered the house, and you may not even know where the doors are. Is that fair?
I know where the front door is because I saw it from the front of the house.
Do you know if there are any other doors?
No.
Did they both enter through the garage and leave through the garage?
Yes, they did.
How long were they in the house?
Not long, probably 5 to 10 minutes.
Had you discussed with the detectives prior to their going into the house the wisdom of trying to locate Mr. Simpson to warn him?
No, I didn't discuss that with the detectives.
And they didn't discuss it in your presence, I take it.
That's correct.
It was not a topic of urgency as you now recall it.
We didn't discuss it.
Okay. When they left the house, did they tell you that they had found a listing of numbers in the kitchen?
No, sir.
Did they tell you that the telephones had speed dials with Dad?
No, they did not.
Did not. All right. Can you recall anything they told you of note about what they found inside the house as detectives?
No, they didn't tell me anything about the house.
You knew that Officer Risky had walked through the house, right?
Before I got there, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you ever issue any orders to protect footprints in the carpeting?
No.
Do you know what those are?
Overruled.
Do you know what they are, sir?
Do I know what footprints in a carpeting?
Do you know whether or not a carpet can yield footprints under certain
Yes.
conditions? Do you
Yes,
know
it
that
can.
they can't be seen with the naked eye generally?
No, I've seen footprints in carpet with my naked eye.
And do you know that there are some that can't be seen with the naked eye?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
You never heard of that?
No.
Okay. Go on. Is it fair to say that no steps were taken to protect the carpeting in case the footprints of somebody relevant might already be there?
I don't know what steps were taken inside the house, sir.
Sorry, let me rephrase it. Is it fair to say that you know of no steps that were taken by you or anyone else to protect the carpeting in the house?
I don't know what steps were taken in the house.
Okay. Were any steps taken to protect items like the telephones from fingerprints?
I don't know.
When the detectives came back out through the garage, were you standing? Excuse me.
Parker.
What did you do while they were inside the house, Sergeant?
I made myself available in front of the house on Bundy at Dorothy.
Then I take it you never saw them come back out through the garage?
Excuse me, when you said when they were in the house, I beg your pardon, I just stayed behind the garage in the area back there.
Was there any reason that you didn't accompany them into the house?
I didn't see any need, or I didn't see it necessary for me to go in the house.
Is that because from the time of their arrival on, the detecting was left totally up to them?
That's correct.
Okay. After they came out of the house, what did they next do?
I believe that's when Detective Phillips, or when I discussed with Detective Phillips about calling robbery homicide per the order of Deputy Chief Franco.
All right. This was 15 minutes after their arrival?
15 or 20 minutes, I would say, yeah.
Okay. Now, Is promptness to the crime scene important in homicide cases?
I would think so.
Your experience has taught you that it is, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any reason that you waited 15 or 20 minutes to pass along the chief's order?
Perfectly honest, I didn't think of it until then.
The chief gave you an order at 1:15 a.m. and you forgot it at 2:10?
I didn't forget it. I just didn't think of it until I told him.
Fair to say that it slipped your memory for a bit.
There was a lot of things going on, yes, it could
Okay.
have.
Can you remember what it is that jogged it back?
No, I just remembered and I told him,
Like that,
yes.
all right? And did the Detective Phillips call rather promptly after you relayed the direction you'd been given?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you familiar with the detectives in the downtown robbery homicide unit?
No, I'm not.
Did you know any of them before this case?
No.
Are they generally the most senior and experienced in the LAPD?
I would say generally.
And did the chief tell you that's why he wanted them called in this case?
The chief indicated to me they had more resources.
Okay. Did the chief indicate that he also wanted them there because he anticipated the degree of press attention that would accompany this case?
I don't remember if he indicated that at all.
Okay. Now, a Detective Roberts arrived apparently at Bundy shortly after Detectives Furman and Phillips. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Who is Detective Roberts? Can you tell us?
That was the first night I met Detective Roberts. I believe he's a West LA detective.
His headquarters is in your station?
As far as I know.
Do you know how long he'd been attached there?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you know what his grade was?
No, I didn't.
Do you know why he was summoned to Bundy along with the two that you had brought there?
No, I didn't know.
At about the time Detective Roberts arrived, it appears that Lieutenant Spangler arrived. Does that square with your recollection?
I think they were pretty close, yes.
Well, about 20 minutes after
Yeah.
Detectives Furman and Phillips arrived, or about 2:30?
That sounds reasonable, yes.
Okay. And Lieutenant Spangler ordinarily would have been the senior person there, correct?
That's correct.
Now, can you explain to me what the relative authority was, since Phillips at about 2:30 was calling downtown for those detectives, and the chief detective from West LA was arriving on the scene? What's the pecking order at this point?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let me rephrase it. We have Phillips and Furman in charge, they're the detectives there first, right?
Right.
We have them told by you that the chief wants them not to be in charge, but to bring in the detectives from downtown.
Right.
And Detective Phillips, following that direction, calls downtown and relays that request, right?
That's right.
The chief would have no power from West LA to order them out there if they didn't want to come, would he?
The chief would, I don't understand that, sir.
Chief Franklin couldn't order downtown detectives to come to Brentwood, could he?
Well, certainly he could.
He could? The person you talked with?
Chief Frankel could have ordered them, sir.
All right. Does he have authority over all the detectives in the force?
Well, yes, he does. He's a much higher rank, and so,
Fine.
yeah.
Okay. So this wasn't optional as to them either, the detectives downtown that were receiving the call.
Right.
They were directed to come. True?
That's true.
All right. Do you know what Robert's rank is?
No, sir, I don't.
Did you see him do anything when he arrived?
No, I didn't.
Did you see him remain there as long as you were there?
I believe he did.
Did you see him talking with Detectives Furman and Phillips at any time?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you spend most of the time between 2:10 and about 4:20 or 30 in the company of Detectives Furman and Phillips?
No, I was in the street talking with my captain after I returned to the front of the condo.
Okay, this was Captain Dial.
Yes.
And when did she arrive?
I don't remember the exact time. I'd have to look on the log.
You don't recall at the moment?
I don't recall.
Would about 10 minutes after Detective Roberts and Lieutenant Spangler seem about right?
I believe she got there a little bit after Lieutenant Spangler, yes.
Okay, so if she got there at 2:40, would that seem to be square with your recollection?
Sounds fair.
All right. She is your direct superior, whereas the detectives are not. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
And if you had any direction to get, it would be from Captain Dial and not from the detectives on matters unrelated to the crime scene itself. Is that fair?
Unrelated to the crime scene?
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. As far as bringing officers to the scene, setting up patrols, roadblocks, all points bulletins, things like that, would that be within her purview to order?
Yes, it would.
How long did you spend talking with with Captain Dial?
I was probably talking with Captain Dow for about a half an hour.
Since you had arrived at about 1:25, 1:30, and by the way, the West LA station at, is it 1363 Butler Ave?
1663.
1663 Butler Ave is less than 2 miles from 875 South Bundy, isn't it?
I think it's a little farther than that. I think it's close to about 5 miles.
Isn't it about a mile, 4,000 feet?
It's 5,280 feet.
No, isn't it about a mile and 4,000 feet? If you know.
Say again, bear with me, sir. I've been working since 10 o'clock last night. What was the question?
I understand, so have I, waiting for you, so we're even. Now, isn't the distance less than 10,000 feet from Butler to Bundy?
I don't know.
Okay. Didn't you get there within a few minutes when you left at 1:25 after talking with Captain Dial on the phone?
It took about 7 minutes, as I recall.
7 minutes, okay. If you went 5 miles in 7 minutes, you'd have been pulled over, wouldn't you?
Probably not. I'm in a black and white.
Okay. You mean nobody arrests you for speeding?
I hope not.
All right. Did you have a siren on?
No, sir.
When was the first time, after you arrived at the scene, that you saw somebody taking photographs?
I don't recall anybody taking photographs while I was there.
Do you know a photographer named Rokhar, R-O-K-H-A-R?
No, I don't.
Can you tell us whether or not photographer Rokhar arrived at the scene at 3:25?
No, I cannot.
If the crime log says that he did, is it likely that he did, this being an official record?
Yes.
Okay. So, you did not leave until, as I understand this log, 4:10,
That's correct.
and went back.
Yes.
So if Rokhar was there firing flashbulbs for half an hour before you left, you never noticed it? Is that right?
I did not notice it. That's correct.
Okay. It was still pretty dark at that hour, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Do you remember what time sunrise was on June 13th, 1994?
No, I don't.
What was the temperature that night? Do you recall that?
I remember it as being relatively warm.
60 degrees?
That's
better?
That's reasonable, yes.
Okay. All right. I believe that you said one of the downtown detectives, that being Detective Philip Van Adder, arrived just as you were departing Bundy.
I don't believe I said that. I remember him arriving, but I did stay for some time after he showed up.
If the crime log has him in at 4:05 and you out at 4:10, does that square with your
Is
recollection?
that what it...
5 minutes of talk?
It seems like he was there longer, but if that's what it says, that's probably correct.
Well, the crime log is not infallible, is it?
It's only as accurate as the person doing it.
Okay, which you understand in this case was an officer named Cummings.
Yes, sir.
Now, did you have some conversation with Detective Van Adder?
No, I didn't.
Did you observe him talking with anyone?
Yeah, I saw him talking with Detective Phillips.
Did you observe him to go upon the crime scene, as you had done?
No,
How close to the crime scene did you see him go?
I don't recall.
Where was the conversation taking place between Detective Phillips and Van Adder?
On Bundy, at the intersection of Bundy and Dorothy?
Down at the corner we've looked at in the photographs?
That's correct.
Is that the closest you saw Detective Van Adder get to the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Up until the arrival of Detective Van Adder at 4:05 a.m., to your knowledge, had any effort whatsoever been made to contact Mr. O.J. Simpson?
Not to my knowledge.
Up until the arrival of Detective Van Adder at 4:05 a.m., to your knowledge, had any effort been made to call a coroner to the scene?
Not to my knowledge.
How about criminalists and technicians who take footprints, fingerprints, etc.?
Objection. Yes, 3 questions, including this one, is well beyond the scope of this witness's knowledge. He's already testified it's not his job.
Overruled.
Do you know if any of those people had been called before you departed?
No, sir, I don't know.
And when Detective Van Adder arrived, did you see him take any steps in that direction?
No, I don't recall.
All right. And my understanding of your testimony on direct is that you went back to your station, number one, because there was no further need for your services, and number two, because you had other things to worry about as watch commander.
Yes, sir.
Fair statement?
Yes.
But you were still ready, willing, able, and available to assist in this case if called upon to do so.
Yes, sir.
Had you been given any specific instructions in that regard by Captain Dial?
No, I was not.
Okay. Did she leave the scene prior to the time that you did, if you know?
No, I left before her.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of any reason that, as to both Lieutenant Spangler and Captain Dial, their time of departure, according to crime log, is unknown?
Please repeat the question.
Yes. Do you know of any reason that the time of departure of those 2 officers, the lieutenant and the captain, is unknown, according to crime log?
No, I don't know.
Objection. Objection. That assumes facts not in evidence, not necessarily unknown.
Overruled, according to the crime law.
Right.
Overruled.
Did you personally see anybody leave Bundy with the understanding that they were going to Rockingham?
No.
Prior to the time that you left and went back to the station, had anybody asked you to try to assist them in finding out where Mr. Simpson resided?
No, sir.
What did you do when you got back to the station?
Started to do some paperwork.
Related to this case?
Unrelated.
Unrelated.
Yes.
Did you write any reports in this case?
I wrote a watch commander's log.
Okay. Did you write any notes at the scene?
No, sir.
Did you see any detectives writing notes at the scene?
Yes, I did.
Which ones?
Detective Phillips.
Okay. What about the others? Roberts, Furman, and Adams?
I don't recall.
Is it true that Detective Lang had not arrived prior to the time you departed?
The name again, sir?
Detective Tom Lang from downtown?
That's correct. He had not arrived.
You did not see him at any time that night?
No, I didn't.
All right. Now, what time did you get back to the station?
It was right around 5 o'clock.
And you had been there about 13 minutes when somebody asked you to call West Tech, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you made that call on a phone that has a tape attached to it at 5:13 a.m. True?
I believe it was not. My phone wasn't taped. No.
No. I said on a phone that had a tape, in this case belonging to West Tech.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have since seen a transcript
Yes, sir.
of your conversations.
That's correct.
Right. Now, my recollection is that your first inquiry when you got hold of West Tech was, is Mr. Simpson in town?
Yes.
And West Tech said they thought he was?
The first. That's not what I. You say if you're talking about the first
Well, I'm
contact.
trying to
I had
avoid
with-
going through
Oh,
every little
okay.
step that you went through in
Okay.
direct. Get to the meat of it.
Okay.
First of all, did you ever inquire of West Tech as to whether they, as a matter of common practice, had any knowledge of whether Mr. Simpson was in town?
Yes, I did.
And what did they tell you?
They said they didn't know if he was in town.
No. The question, perhaps, as His Honor would say, was inartfully phrased. Before relying on West Tech's response that they didn't know if he was in town, did you try to establish whether or not they should have known if he was in town?
No.
No. So you didn't know at that point whether their knowledge of his whereabouts was even relevant or not?
Objection. Open speculation.
Sustained.
Did you have any reason to believe that West Tech, the security outfit whose plaque was on the grounds at Mr. Simpson's home,
No, I didn't.
had
know.
any practice of keeping track of him?
No, I didn't know.
Okay. When you talked to number 48 or wherever it was, they said they didn't know whether he was in town or not. Did you then inquire as to whether they had any means of finding out?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were they able to refer you to any logs that they kept or other routine pieces of paperwork within their office that would indicate whether their clients were at home or elsewhere?
No, they didn't.
They indeed indicated what they would have to do is the same thing you would have to do, and that's call on the telephone or pay a visit, right?
The operator 48 said he had some extra numbers that he couldn't give me, but he would check them for me.
Okay. Well, you, I believe, at this point, told him you had an emergency on your hands, didn't you?
I told him the detectives were requesting. I never did tell him it was an emergency.
You didn't?
At one point I did, but it was later on in the conversation.
Why did you, after 5 o'clock in the morning, having not lifted a finger to notify Mr. Simpson for over 4 hours, suddenly declare an emergency?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Please repeat it.
Why did you declare an emergency 5 hours after it apparently arose?
Objection. That seems past my evidence. You know, Detective Van Etter.
Overruled. He's already testified he did use the word emergency later in the conversation.
I didn't feel I was declaring an emergency. They asked me if it was an emergency, and I said, yes, it is.
Why did you use the word?
I didn't use the word. They did. They said, is it an emergency? And I said, yes, it is.
Well, that adopted the word they used in their question, right?
I thought it was important. Yes.
Intended to convey to them that you had an emergency on your hands.
Yes,
They were relying on your judgment, not
Yes.
theirs, in the use of that word, right?
that's correct.
All right. And the reason you used the word was to get them to circumvent their own rules and give you some numbers, true?
No, sir.
Overruled.
No.
Question and answer will stand. He said no.
Did you, after being told that 48, or whomever you were speaking with on the phone, didn't have the authority to give you the numbers, ask that you be given the numbers anyway?
No.
Never did.
No, I didn't.
Did you ask that a supervisor be called so that the numbers could be given to you? In West Tech?
I asked that a supervisor respond to the location in Rockingham.
Okay. Did you get a phone number at some point once they found their client in their records?
No, sir.
Never did.
I never did.
You have told us then that at around 5:30, 5:40, it was determined by people at the scene that a forcible entry might be necessary.
Yes.
All right. Now, what reason were you given that a forcible entry at the Rockingham residence of O.J. Simpson might be necessary at 5:30 on June 13th?
Detective Phillips told me on the telephone that they had found some evidence at the Rockingham location that may indicate that there could be another crime scene or a victim inside that location.
And did he tell you what it was?
No, sir.
Okay. And he said, in essence, they might have to break down the door.
If they couldn't get a key, that's correct.
Okay. Now, did they tell you what efforts they had made to attract the attention of anyone who might be resident within the premises?
No, they didn't.
Like turning on a siren?
No,
Had anybody tried that, to your knowledge?
not that I know of.
And they didn't know whether anybody was home or not at home, did they?
I don't know if they did or not, sir.
Who did you understand, based on what you were being told by Phillips, who did you understand was present at that time when this move was being contemplated?
He never told me. I never asked.
Well, did he indicate that he needed more help from any of your people?
No, he didn't.
Did he indicate whether it was himself or someone else who had come upon this evidence that necessitated a forced entry?
No, he didn't tell me that.
You wanted a West Tech person, in the event forced entry was necessary, to be present.
To be present, yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the purpose in that?
To witness, if they had a forced entry.
Witness what?
The forced entry?
And what could the West Tech person, in your judgment, contribute to the matter by being present while you broke down the door?
The fact that they have the security contract, I think that's reasonable.
All right. Well, was there any thought on your part that they might be able to find a way in without a key and without breaking down the door by virtue of their position with respect to their client, Mr. Simpson?
West Tech?
Yeah.
No, I didn't give that any thought.
Okay. As of the time that the door was in jeopardy and you were trying to get a West Tech man on the scene at Rockingham, to your knowledge, had anyone called the coroner to be present?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know whether or not there is a legal requirement obligating police officers generally, including you, to see that that is done within certain limits?
No, I don't.
Based on your understanding of police practice, does anyone have the authority to tell another officer, we will not call the coroner in this case? Not now. Does anyone have that authority in the LAPD?
I would think the detective in charge of the case could make that judgment, certainly.
And for how many days does he have the authority to keep the coroner away from the scene, Sergeant, if you know?
I have no idea.
Can you think of any reason why at 6:30 p.m. your correspondent by cellular phone, Detective Phillips, would tell another, let's not call the coroner in this case, as a special favor? Can you think of that?
Sustain.
I'm sorry, AM.
Sustain.
Did you know that happened?
Rephrase the question.
Yes. Can you think of any reason why Detective Phillips would tell someone to prevent the coroner from coming to the scene after 6 a.m. on the morning of the homicide?
Sustain.
Do you know whether or not that was done?
Overruled. Do you know?
No, sir, I don't know.
Next question.
As you sit there today, you're hearing for the first time from me that that may have occurred. Is that your statement on your own?
Sustained.
All right. Are you familiar, Sergeant, with the LAPD manual?
Somewhat.
Somewhat. You visit it from time to time to remind yourself of the rules and regulations that govern your conduct.
Yes, sir.
Do you take refresher courses that enable you to remember what some of those rules and regulations are?
Occasionally.
All right. You remember the last one you took?
No.
How many volumes are there of the LAPD manual, if you recall?
5.
Current version.
5.
You have any idea what is contained in Volume 1, Section 210.46?
No, sir.
Misconduct of officers. Are you familiar with that, sir?
Objection. Overruled.
I have read it.
Is there not imposed upon you?
Moki said that they're trying to, allegedly trying to pin the Professor Killingham Brown suspect. Allegedly, some say that the DM Men in Black took out the MIT guy. Oh, that is very interesting. Thank you. And that is a little. There's a speculation about what that could be going on. So there you go, chat. Yeah, I definitely is some shady stuff going on that it needs to all be brought to the light and to the public. So far, there's no press conference at the moment.
And every officer in the LAPD a duty to report misconduct by others.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, that's a good time to break if it's convenient for the court.
Please don't discuss a few. Can we quiet, please? All right, here's Mr. Clark. Here's Mr. Harmon. All right, we have Mr. Scheck and Mr. Blazier available. Counsel, what's on your mind? Mr. Harmon?
Hello again, Your Honor. I know you've seen a series of letters I've written, and they just happen to coincide with the court's order that you filed last week on February 8th. We've been dying to find out what the defense did with the samples they obtained back in October, 47, 50, and 78.
What are those items?
47 and 50 are in the Bundy Trail, and 78 is a stain on the bottom of Mr. Goldman's shoe. We completed the testing that we contemplated at that time, and the court, following up on a letter by Ms. Kahn, issued an ex parte order, and those items were released to the defense back in October. And so when I appreciated that and saw where we were going with the new defense testing, I sent a letter on February 3rd asking for an accounting of those things, at least the packaging, the chain of custody. All of these things, I remind you, are really following a reaction to Mr. Cochran's opening statement, where we want to be able to account for these things. And so February 3rd, I wrote a letter that I've never gotten any acknowledgement of, asking for an accounting of them. February 6th, I mentioned them in another letter. February 7th, I mentioned them in another letter, and not hearing any response and realizing that you recognized our legal entitlement to an accounting for these things on the samples that they might test prospectively, I wrote you a letter on the 10th asking for your intervention in trying to get them to account for this. And the reason I think the timing is important is because it's my opinion that if they're not going to account for things that we gave them months ago, we're never going to find out what happens to samples that we give them right now if they disappear wherever they're going to disappear, if they consume or alter them. So I guess now is the time to perhaps inquire of the defense what happened to those items, and are we going to get them back, and can we have the kinds of protections or information that you ordered them to provide prospectively in these new items.
All right, we'll take up these items, these three items first. Good afternoon, Mr. Blazier.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. If I might state, the court's order on October 26th regarding these three items provided that we be provided with a small split from a remaining swatch in each of those three instances. There is nothing in that particular order requiring us to account for these items to the prosecution, to tell them what we did with them, where we sent them, what test we performed on them. And we don't feel that we are obligated to do that. On February 3rd, Mr. Harmon, in his letter, in essence, is trying to blackmail us by saying that we're not going to give you any more discovery until you tell us what you did with these items and what testing you performed on them, where they are now, and give them back to us, which is not required by any court order from this court. The order that you did issue last week does not say that we are required to provide them with any kind of an accounting. It says that, first of all, we are allowed to conduct our testing in private, which is our right under the law. The part of the order that applies to accountability says the defense may conduct its testing in private with the proviso that any alteration, use, or consumption caused by the defense testing will be explained to the trier of fact as having occurred during testing by the defense. I interpret that to mean that with the piece of evidence that we can do something with, for instance, the Bundy glove, which to our knowledge they haven't examined at all, if we were to take that and take a cutting from it from an area where there might be a dog bite, for instance, and do some testing on it, then when they introduced the glove, they could tell the jury that the reason there's a piece cut out of here is because it was given to the defense. And that's it. That we're not required to give them that piece back. We're not required to tell them what we did to it.
Well, you're required to give the piece back if it's still available. If it hasn't been consumed in the testing, that evidence doesn't disappear into a dark hole. I realize some of it's going to be consumed or destroyed in some way through the testing process. But if it still exists, then it ought to be put back, or at least shown to the jury what's there.
Well, that's a different issue from whether we have to tell them what testing we performed on it.
Correct.
Certainly,
That's correct.
if we introduce something that we did, obviously we have to account for the chain of custody of items that we have. That's not their job, that's our job. Further, it would be improper for us to raise questions about, well, where did that little piece go, when we know that we got it. It would be, as officers of the court, that would be improper, and we would not do that. So certainly, they have no requirement to establish a chain of custody for a piece of evidence they have not tested that the court ordered we be given.
All right, well, Mr. Blazer, let's sort of cut to the chase here. 47, 50, and 78, these are all swatches, am I correct?
I think they're small pieces of swatches.
All right, and you've been given a cut of each swatch or a split of the swatch to conduct your testing, correct?
Correct.
All right, and the majority or the main part of the swatch is still in the possession of the prosecution, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, I might point out that
So your position is that you're entitled to do whatever testing it is that you want to do. The only thing that you're required to do is say, of the swatch that remains of 47, 50, and 78, you just have to explain that we took this snippet out of it.
well, I'm not even sure that they should be allowed to bring that up to the jury, but I think
Well,
that's
if there's an issue as to what's there and what's been tested, I think the jury is entitled to know that you took a portion of it for testing.
okay. Well, that may be, but I think that's somewhat of a different
All
issue.
right, well, that's the truth, and we don't hide that from the jury. Now, but I agree with you, you're entitled to do your testing in private and keep those results private and use them if you feel fit. I agree with that, too.
Okay. Now, I might point out that we have not been given any of the items. The EDTA testing that they're
Well,
talking...
let's finish with 47, 50, and 78 first.
Okay.
Or is that your position?
That's my position.
All right, let's hear from Mr. Harmon.
I'm happy we brought this up, Your Honor, because obviously they don't appreciate that your order from last week was based on the law, and while they may have thought that they didn't have to comply with the requirements of the law in October, I think you've set the record straight. Whenever physical evidence is obtained, we're entitled to an accounting under these circumstances. So regardless of whether or not the order, and it was an ex parte order, and it gave them the entire balance of the samples. There were no cuttings made, and if you look at your order and the records, what remained was turned over to them in its entirety. So perhaps Mr. Blazer doesn't appreciate that. All we're seeking
All right,
is...
so your position is that these were not splits, they were actually the entire remaining sample?
Yes. Yes. I mean, if your order was clear, turn over those items, and you know, Judge, when you order the police department to turn over items, they turn it over. So I was surprised at that myself, but that is in fact what they turned over. Everything, the balance of those items were turned over. Now, we had completed our testing at that time, so we're not complaining about it, but there have been charges about mishandling of evidence, and we want an accounting. We're not currently seeking results. I don't think the issue's been addressed. Are they done with them? Because I think we are entitled to them. We provide them access for those things, and if they come back, if the glove were turned over to them and came back with holes in it, I think we'd be entitled to not only prove that those holes were made by them, but if there were other samples that were not consumed, I think we're entitled to them. It is our evidence. Under law, we're required to share it with them. We are sharing it with them, and we're just...
Let me ask Mr. Blazer then a question. Mr. Blazer, to your knowledge, have these, has 47, 50, and 78 been consumed in the testing, or is there part of that sample still left?
Quite frankly, I'm not sure, Judge.
Okay, why don't you check on that and let us know?
I can. And I could say that I have the October 26th order here. It says a split, and if they gave us
Right.
more than we were entitled to, that's not our problem.
All right, well,
And I read...
but if you haven't used it all, you agree that whatever remains still belongs to the prosecution and/or the court having ordered you to have possession of it, the court can then order you to return whatever has not been consumed in the testing. You agree to that?
I assume that the court could do that. I might state, though, that under your order of last week, if that applies to those earlier samples, let's assume it does, then it still doesn't require us to give them an accounting. All they can,
No.
all it allows
Well,
them to do is
Mr.
say...
Blazer, we're using the word accounting in an inartful way. All that means is you get to take your split, you get to do whatever it is you want to do with that, but you have to tell us how much you took to explain to the finder of fact, if it becomes an issue, why part of it's missing. And you have to give back whatever it is you don't use during your testing. That's all an accounting is.
Okay.
Doesn't mean what tests you did, doesn't mean what the results are, doesn't mean if it's good or bad, who knows?
All right, this is what Mr. Harmon says we have to tell him in his February 3rd letter before he'll give us any more discovery of other things. What the current status is, where the samples are, the circumstances of the testing, what tests were used to consume samples. That's not what you're saying that we have to tell them.
No, I'm telling you don't have to do that.
Okay.
I'm telling you do have to tell us if there's anything that's left, where it is, because we may want it back.
We'll certainly check on that, but
Okay.
none of that is related to any of the other exhibits, I might
Okay.
add.
I agree.
And
So how about by tomorrow you contact whoever's got 47, 50, and 78, find out what's left, and I want to make sure, and I want to be crystal clear, that I want you to be able to return to the court within 48 hours any of these items that you have outstanding floating around being tested, because I have the feeling we are about, in the next week to 10 days, about to hit the people's presentation of physical evidence, which is going to mean this stuff has to be here in court ready for presentation to the trial.
so may I raise another issue in light of that, rather than writing letters?
Sure.
And that is that, so far, we still haven't seen the list that Mr. Harmon's supposed to produce by the end of business today.
Well, it's not the end of business yet.
Okay, we're getting close. The EDTA testing that they want to do obviously is going, I believe, is going to delay us being able to see this evidence at all before their witnesses testify about the physical
Maybe.
evidence.
Maybe. I haven't seen their proposal for EDTA testing. I assume it's going to be some kind of chromatography, which is a relatively expeditious testing, since I read up all about EDTA. Fun stuff. I assume that they're going to tell me something in their filing today that they don't need the entire remaining sample to conduct their EDTA testing on some of these things, I assume. Is that correct, Mr. Harmon?
All the non-biological evidence, obviously, we're not interested in, but no, that's not quite correct. We intend to retain all the biological evidence, but...
Well, how much of this stuff do you need?
Quantity-wise?
Yeah.
Well, see, that's one of the rubs, because I guarantee you that we're going to hear, you already heard these little rumors, and this has never been done in forensic samples. The smaller the sample, you know, we're essentially trying to prove a negative means something, that the absence of EDTA means it's not there. So the larger amount of sample you have from which you've derived your sensitivity level is critical. You know, we're kind of way back where you were last summer in trying to decide whether the defense could snag some evidence ahead of time that could jeopardize the potential for results. We didn't create this dilemma, and you know, to suggest that we're withholding things for them. Many of these things were available to them
All right,
for
Mr.
quite
Harmon,
some time.
let me ask you this. In the response that you're about to file with the court and with opposing counsel, do you contain in your response a testing schedule and an explanation to the court as to why this is necessary?
Why the schedule is necessary, or
Yeah,
why
I mean,
the
why
testing?
that the test takes X number of days or X number of hours?
The test is, as you've read up on, it's a 1 or 2 day test, so the test can be done expeditiously. One of the practical problems that we all face is all of the experts in this case are up having fun up in Seattle at the American Academy of Forensic Science this week. So I don't think there are too many people that can do anything this week.
Well, we all have our priorities, I guess.
Yeah.
Then we can look at them, Judge, because we're ready to look at them. We want to look at all the exhibits. And that's another issue I wanted to say something about today. Mr. Scheck has been in touch with Drs. Lee, Bodden, and Wolf, and Dr. Uko, and I believe he can make an offer of proof as to why we need these sent to Albany and why we cannot do that in this particular area, if that's okay with the court.
Well, now, let's not jump ahead. I'm
Okay.
really interested in the roadblock here. I'm not so concerned about everything going to New York. If you can assure me this stuff isn't going to disappear into a black hole, and if I tell you I want it back in court in 48 hours, you can get it back here in 48 hours. I'm not that concerned about it. The problem I have, obviously, is I don't want any planes crashing and burning and taking all of our evidence with us. But I'm more concerned about the timetable as to when you get this stuff to do your testing vis-a-vis the EDTA testing that we need to do. So, Mr. Harmon, can you give me a Reader's Digest version as to some of these items? How do we test for EDTA? How much of the sample do we need, and what do we have left, specifically item by item? I agree with you that Rock Hudson's autobiography is not something, or Carlito's Way, or whatever it was, that we don't need to argue about. But the biological samples, can you tell me what you need to keep?
I merely repeated what I put in the last letter I wrote on this, that we intend to pursue. One of the problems about being too specific is, as the defense knows, because Dr. Blake was just up at the DOJ lab again today, tests go on every day. He was up there looking at the latest set of results. So depending on what we produce from them, we may want to pursue them for EDTA. We've heard some testimony from Officer Risky about the rear gate of Bundy. Well, we're probably going to have to look at one of those stains now. So I honestly can't, and I wish I could. You probably know more than the gas chromatography than I do at this point, Your Honor. I can tell you it's a fast test. We propose to send what has to be sent the week of the 27th, to have it be at the FBI lab the week of the 27th, and have it back hopefully by the end of the week.
Why do we have to wait till the week of the 27th?
Well, there's no...
Today being the 14th.
Because that's what they told me.
It gives us plenty of time to look at it. Let me make a suggestion. We will not perform any test that would result in any destruction of any item that they want to do EDTA testing on without informing the court in advance. And then we can decide what happens at that point.
That's not a very wise course to take at this point. I mean, they've made these allegations about the police department. There is no reason why they didn't do this before, and there's no reason why they should be entitled to do this now after those allegations, Your Honor. That's like the fox guarding the hen house, pardon me. That makes no sense. You know, we've heard We're going to hear from this Dr. Gerdes about how contamination is prevalent, it's everywhere. And they're going to have these guys hunched over these little swatches, breathing all over them, doing all these things that he's going to criticize us for having done during our testing.
Funny how these arguments are the same depending on which side I'm hearing them.
No
I've heard
question.
that argument before. I
He
just looked
he
at
was
it.
eloquent in his opening statement about that.
It's okay to stop fighting it, really not that.
It's the hair, the dandruff, you guys. All right. Mr. Harmon, I would like you to, we can't have it both ways because the delay until the 27th is not fair to the defense. It's also not fair to the prosecution's case to have all this stuff go into a black hole not knowing where it's gone. Somebody's got to compromise here, and my suggestion is that we get the FBI to do this stuff next week rather than the 27th.
Your Honor, may I make another compromise suggestion? And the one that Mr. Blazer was following up on, and that is that our dilemma is this. We have not been allowed to touch this evidence, to look at it for 8 months. Dr. Lee came out very soon after it was collected.
All right, well, Mr.
Not been
Scheck,
able-
I don't need to know, I recall the history of why we're here. What's your proposal?
Our proposal is that this evidence be shipped out as soon as possible to Albany College of Medicine. We'll put in the necessary affidavits to make out the necessity, but it is, as Mr. Blazer told you, I spoke with all these doctors on Sunday, having to do with equipment. It's an autopsy laboratory. We'll do this expeditiously. Because we need to see the evidence and examine it so that we can intelligently cross-examine witnesses. We will not perform any destructive tests or take any sampling that might in any way involve a blood at this point, such that it would impair the EDTA testing. That, frankly, is something that I would imagine is going to come either at the end of the prosecution's case or in rebuttal if necessary. But the point is, now we're getting to the point where people are collecting the crime scene evidence, and it does seem, I would submit to the court, a little unfair that after 8 months, as these witnesses are getting on the stand, our experts do not have an opportunity to look at this evidence and examine it for trace evidence. And I would point out that both sides are correct in this regard, that any time that you take evidence, be it a shirt, and somebody folds it, looks at it, puts it back in the bag, takes it out again, each different time it can change. That's what we're talking about, microscopic examination of trace evidence. And it seems to us that our time has come to look at that. We won't perform any sampling that would involve a destructive test for blood, so it disappears down a black hole. They can have somebody there, they can monitor all of that, and we can report back to the court on all of this. But the point is, we want to see it.
Well, you know, that's a nice proposal. I made a proposal about a week and a half ago that we do this jointly, you know, the whole EDTA thing, so they could have their people watching it, kind of looking at it, checking it out, and actually watching the whole EDTA test. That was one possibility. If they wanted to find out if there's real EDTA in there, I mean, that could be a tremendous accomplishment for them to find EDTA in this blood on the sock. And they keep hedging about, or that's avoided like a dirty diaper pail here.
Actually, it isn't, Judge. Most of the blood from Ms.
There are a
Simpson...
lot of dirty diaper pails
I
on
have,
here.
But most
I
of-
have a big one in my house, so I
Most of the blood from Ms. Simpson is autopsy blood anyway. It's not put into EDTA container, so that's really not an issue for us.
Well, that's not true.
All right. Mr. Harmon, what I would like for you to do, unfortunately, the FBI is probably closed for business.
But they're all up in Seattle, but I will follow through on the court's suggestion and
How long do you think this latest battery of EDTA tests will take? You said just a day or two?
sure. I'm trying to define exactly what needs to be done and
All right, and you agree that there are a number of items, however, that you are not, even under the scenario that Mr. Cochran inferred, there are some items that you will not want or need to subject to EDTA that you can immediately give to the defense so that they can start their physical analyses of some of these things.
Sure. I mean, it seems to me there's about 150 other non-biological evidence items that Dr. Lee can only look at one at a time. So we'd be happy to start making them available however the court orders this access. But the biological evidence, we want to maintain control of for a very short period of time.
Right. My problem is that short period of time starts on the 27th, which is just too far away from my comfort level.
And I'll
Because what they're entitled to know, to do their investigation prior to having to cross-examine these people, your experts. That's where we are. All right, will you report back to me then tomorrow morning, because you'll be able to get up at 5 in the morning and call them, all right, and find out when this can be
They're in
done.
Seattle, so it's the same time zone. I might be able to get
Well,
it tonight. So.
Call them between now and the happy hour. If you can, seriously, I mean,
I'll
do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, if you would, then would you compile, Mr. Clark, Mr. Harmon, a list of those items that you were going...
Christie.
Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing testing testing. Can you hear that one?
Yep, I got it. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
David, this is Don. Hello, everyone. We are giving you your 20-minute notice. In about 20 minutes, I'm going to have everyone come down here. We're going to have the same structure that we've been doing the past few days. We're going to start on the left. We're going to work our way to the right. Everyone gets one question and then one follow-up question. 20 minutes, starting now, likely longer, maybe 25 minutes. Thanks.
I'm back.
When they are ready to come back, I will flip it over to that side with the tripod. Yeah, that's what Passion was talking about, these awkward tripods they have. Okay.
Going to immediately turn over the non-biological items so we can at least get that shipped as soon as possible, then come back tomorrow morning and tell me what our testing schedule is.
Let me start, and I'll file this letter, and essentially it's by default. All the non-biological items are available at the present time, and we've accepted all the biological evidence. And so we'll hopefully make some progress on the EDTA testing.
Well, Mr. Scheck, it looks to me, what I'm trying to accomplish here is getting the EDTA done by the end of this week. That's what I'm trying to accomplish here.
Your Honor, we may, I think that exempting all the biological evidence, even evidence where they haven't even conducted testing, like the glove at Bundy, I think that's disingenuous. That's just an effort to block our access. That's not in good faith.
Mr. Scheck, no. They're entitled to hang on to their evidence now that these allegations have been raised for a reasonable amount of time to do this testing. I want to make that testing happen in the shortest period of time, and then you'll get it.
Well, Your Honor, what's wrong with the compromise I'm proposing for this reason? I know that the court may have looked at something about EDTA testing, but I'm not fully satisfied. I understand exactly what is involved, or whether.
Well, nor am I. But I just wanted to satisfy myself that there are some tests out there that are relatively simple, at least as far as the scientific community is, for testing this thing. And gas chromatography is a relatively well-accepted chemical testing process.
We're talking about forensic samples, transferring that technology. Something that's done on food additives is extremely different. What's the
Well,
rate
don't
of
you think
false
if it's good,
positives,
if it's good
false
enough for the
negatives?
FDA, don't you think it's good enough for us?
Oh,
No.
these are different kinds of samples.
I agree.
Sounds like we're going to have a fry
it's
hearing
different.
after
Oh, I
all
think,
of this.
we indicated that it was a fry hearing, but, that's the problem, Your Honor.
All right.
It's
Well, Mr. Scheck-
disingenuous to
wait,
take all
Mr.
the
Scheck,
biological evidence.
There's
We wanna
nothing
start
that's going to
looking at
happen
that.
between now and tomorrow morning.
All right.
All right? I expect an intelligent answer tomorrow morning, Mr. Harmon. All right? And I expect a favorable response that the FBI will test this for us this week.
Your Honor, while we're
All
at
right?
it,
And if necessary, I'll call Attorney General Reno, if necessary.
Your Honor,
Not that it would have any effect, but
oh, I'm not so sure.
well, it might. It might.
and while you're
And
at it-
I don't say that facetiously, but I mean, knowing the pickle that we're in time-wise, and this case is moving much faster than I thought it would, as far as the presentation of the evidence is concerned. So we're going to be in the physical evidence in a week to 10 days.
Your Honor, that's my concern about a number of other matters. Since Mr. Harmon is, I recall, just to get back, when at the time that we first began negotiating this effort to examine the evidence, the day that he announced that they had finished testing various items, we thought that was our time, and we began negotiating at that point, shipping the evidence to Albany. Also, we had the matter of getting information about underlying data from articles from the FBI and the whole matter of the Roach database. At which point I recall the court directed Mr. Harmon to use his best efforts to continue to have continued cooperation with Roach and the FBI with us, then asked us to be as specific as we could. We took some time. We wrote 2 extraordinarily specific letters to both entities over 2 weeks ago, and we haven't heard anything. And my concern here is that what's happened now, since they announced that they weren't going to test anything else, and we indicated our desire to test, and we wanted to get things from the FBI and Roach in an expeditious manner, is that everything is going very, very slowly. And as the court knows, we do have an outstanding objection here from the very beginning, that this whole procedure whereby the prosecution is permitted to test whenever it wants to without any due diligence obligation or any
Well, Mr.
timelessness
Scheck,
obligation
we're going
is a
over ground-
problem.
We've going over ground that we've plowed
I understand.
already. Your objection is in the record?
I understand. I'm only pointing out that the prejudice continues, and I asked the court, since the court's interpretation was there is no due diligence obligation, but there's a good faith, bad faith continuum here. I think that, if I interpret the court's ruling correctly, was the way you looked at the question. We have real concerns that we are being blocked access to the evidence. That's why I'm so disturbed that a compromise could be rejected.
Well,
Where,
Mr. Scheck,
and I'd like to know what...
let me help you out here. They get to do EDTA testing, but they have to do it as soon as possible. The fact that everybody's off at a convention isn't good cause. Somebody's going to have to cut their convention short and go home and test this stuff, is what's going to happen. That's the bottom line. And it's going to get done by the end of this week, after which you get to have it.
Well, Your Honor, the reason that I have some problems with that is that Mr. Harmon is saying, well, these EDTA tests, we don't know much about it, but it may mean taking a very, very large part of the sample that's remaining. So that we have maximized our chances in terms of sensitivity. Now, it doesn't seem to me that there can be any showing of necessity at this point in time to do that. And the problem I see is that we're confronting the issue about what the nature of this test is and what the possible fry challenges could be to that test, and do they really need to take so much of the sample that could prohibit other kinds of tests. And I say that we don't know enough yet now at this point in
Mr.
time
Scheck,
to
why don't
do
you
it.
do
So
this?
my suggestion has some more value in terms of us being able to look at the evidence, not cut away anything, not do any destructive testing, just to look at that biological evidence so we can have
Mr.
an
Scheck,
idea how to cross-examine.
Tomorrow morning, I may buy that if they come back and tell me that they can't do any testing for 2 weeks. But I want a definitive answer as to why they can't do it this week. I might buy your argument tomorrow morning.
They can come look at it here in Los Angeles. If they really just want to look at it before we send it off.
No, we want to examine it.
No, I understand
We
that.
want to examine
But
it.
we're not
I
necessarily
understand that,
cutting.
and counsel, that's one of the hazards of having all these folks back in New York.
Maybe
So
we
that's a choice that's been made.
just need to read Griffin again. I think everybody needs
No, we don't need to do that
read
again.
Griffin again and
See y'all
where
tomorrow
we
morning,
stand.
9 o'clock.
Can we push this a minute?
Sure.
One quick sec.
Do we have Mr. Harmon or Mr. Clark anywhere about?
Yes, we do. And they are prepared to come in and address the court. They just didn't know if you wanted to do it at this moment.
Yeah, I thought we'd try to resolve it as soon as possible this morning if we could.
Right away, Your Honor.
All right. Sergeant Rossi, why don't you have a seat? Nope, not there. That's a juror seat. Are they on their way?
Yes.
All right. You read over Mr. Harmon's letter of today?
No, I'm sorry.
May solve many of our problems. date indicating that the Federal Bureau of Investigation will conduct the EDTA tests that they propose on Monday, February the 20th, and that you will be doing that on items 13, which are the SOX, 59, and which I believe is a reference sample from Nicole Brown Simpson, 72, which is a Nicole Brown Simpson reference swatch, 86, which is a apparently a swatch cut from the black dress that Nicole Brown Simpson was wearing. Number 117, which is apparently a swatch from a, 117, which is a swatch taken from the rear gate, which apparently is at presently at the Department of Justice in Berkeley, undergoing RFLP testing, and number 17, which is the defendant's reference sample. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. The other biological items that you list in paragraph 2, my understanding is that you have no objection pursuant to Mr. Scheck's proposal yesterday to release those items for physical examination with their agreement that they will not test or consume any of the samples. Correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. And with the provisions that you made in your court order last week about us being able to be present and videotaped.
And or photographed, yes.
Or photographed.
As the case may be. Mr. Scheck, any comment?
Yes. I think this goes somewhat to alleviating our concerns, but a few questions. Number one, with respect to item 13, the sock, we have a strong desire to examine the sock itself. My understanding is that there is a cutting from the sock, and I presume that that is what the prosecution intends to perform this test on. And so we would like to have the sock available for immediate examination. That's really critical.
That's really critical to their issue on EDTA.
Well,
it's indispensable to that, Your Honor.
Well, I would indicate that in terms of timing, I really think that our needs in this regard take precedence, because any testimony that will or will not be offered about the presence of EDTA is certainly going to be subsequent to the appearance, for example, of Mr. Fung on the witness stand. And we need an opportunity to physically examine that sock, to have a trained criminalist examine that sock. At this point, all that has been permitted is Dr. Blake taking pictures of it, and that really isn't the same thing. And we're not going to perform any destructive testing. Now, they have a cutout of the area where blood was found. So it seems to me that, in fact, that's all they're going to be sampling anyhow when they do the EDTA tests. So it's not reasonable for us to be withheld the sock. That's just, and I'm just making that suggestion simply based on the assumption that EDTA testing ought to be performed at all, given the record before the court. But I'm just assuming that for the sake of argument before I address the issue. I'm just trying to be practical. I'm just making that assumption. So the first question that I raise is with respect to the sock. We want the actual sock. They can have the cutting that they've made if, in fact, that testing is to go forward. Secondly, I have a similar concern about item 117, which is the Bundy rear gate. Your Honor, the Bundy rear gate is an item that the prosecution obviously has had from the very beginning. They sent it out in September to the Department of Justice for testing. It was one of the matters that we had hearings and discussion about. I see no good cause why that testing didn't begin until essentially this trial began. It has nothing to do, the DNA testing has nothing to do with the issue of EDTA or opening statements. There's no good cause for the delay. And what's totally peculiar is that, this was something that even when we began this in the beginning of January, they did not indicate that they were going to be testing this. Now, as far as this sample 117 is concerned, We have some concerns about that being subject to EDTA testing, number one. But number two, I don't see any good cause why they should be have some priority around the testing of this when they waited so long, for no good reason that I can see, to begin testing on this in the first place. Finally, and this really gets to the crunch of the issue, there is no showing here by Mr. Harmon at all as to what is even necessary, how much sample is even necessary to do EDTA testing. Last night I looked at the submissions that Mr. Harmon made to the court about EDTA testing, which had to do with discovering EDTA in time-release cold capsules, in mousse, food substances where you already know it's there. That is an entirely different proposition than testing a sample of when you don't know whether or not it should be there. And this is really the most critical point, I think, is that Mr. Harmon was indicating yesterday that they have no idea how much sample is necessary to perform this test, even assuming that it could get past Kelly Fry and it's reliable on a forensic sample. I mean, I'm not even addressing that. I'm just saying in terms of what is reasonably necessary under Griffin, they don't even know how much sample they need. So let's take a look at 117, the sample from the back gate. Do they have to take...
How many swatches do we have from 117?
I have no idea.
I do.
Mr. Harmon?
I'll address that when Mr. Scheck's done. I don't want to cut him off. He's just getting started.
Well, there's no showing here. I was actually curious. The court had indicated that it had done some research of some kind. I don't know whether I misinterpreted that yesterday about EDTA testing.
No, if you'll notice the court order, cite to a law review article that discusses EDTA. That's all.
That's all. Okay.
Something that's relatively available through Lexis. And
No, I just wanted to know what the knowledge base was.
virtually none, you can be assured of that.
Well, I don't want to profess that I have anything much greater, but I did discuss this matter with a defense expert who I think is considered one of the leading toxicologists in the country, Dr. Reeders, who informed me that before, I think, even the opening statement, although I'm not sure of the date, but I think it's at some time before, Mr. Matheson of the Los Angeles Police Department Laboratory had made inquiry of him about what literature existed or whether it was possible to do EDTA testing of this kind, and our experts sent him available literature here. But it's our position that the prosecution has to make a showing as to essentially what is the expected sensitivity of the test. That is to say, do they have any idea how much sample would be necessary to get a result one way or the other that they would claim to be reliable? And I'm not even addressing whether or not it could get past Kelly Fry or anybody's ever done it before. I'm just saying, because I don't think anyone has, I'm just saying that as a preliminary showing on the grounds of reasonable necessity to destroy samples, precious biological samples, they have to be able to tell us how much they need. If they need to consume nearly all of the swatches, or they don't know how much they need to consume one way or the other, it seems to me that they haven't even made a preliminary showing here. And they haven't done that, and I don't see, frankly, given the absence of that showing, what the great rush is in terms of EDTA testing prior to the defense having an opportunity just to examine all the samples so we can see what's there and we can figure out what regimen of testing, if any, we think would be necessary, and then the court can make a reasoned and informed decision based on scientific evidence as to what is reasonably necessary and what isn't. And it seems to me that in terms of the balance of equities here, in terms of who has
Chris. Chris, come over to the side. Take the X that says CP. Yes, sir. We got everybody? Great.
Well, good evening, everybody. Tonight, our Providence neighbors can finally breathe a little easier. In a minute, Colonel Perez will share the latest details on the investigation, but I want to thank the people of Providence for stepping up and coming together during an extraordinarily difficult time. I know this has been hard on all of us. Over the past 5 days, minutes have felt like hours. But the people of Providence have done what we're best at. We've leaned on one another, come together, and supported one another, and showed the nation what a tight-knit community looks like. It was because of the information provided to us by neighbors and the tireless work of our Providence Police Department, the Rhode Island State Police, the FBI, the ATF, and many other federal partners. The incredible prosecutorial advice and guidance that we received from the Attorney General's office. We all worked well together to be able to identify this suspect. I know we will have a lot of questions still, and we will continue to work to get those answers. But it is a great honor for me to turn this over to our Chief of Police, Colonel Oscar Perez, and I will say on behalf of the people of Providence, we owe him and every member of the Providence Police Department the deepest debt of gratitude. Colonel?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Well, first and foremost, I want to offer my deepest condolences to the families, the victims. It was for them that this work was put together to make sure that they get the justice that they deserve and to ensure that this person was held accountable. Second thing I'll tell you is that I'm extremely proud of this department, actually the officers, the detectives, the Real-Time Crime Center, the Community Response Team, the Intelligence Division, the Narcotics Division, the Task Force. This past Saturday, as you all know, December 13, Providence Police Department and Brown University Police Department responded to this horrific tragedy at Brown University 184 Hope. Our officers were there within minutes. That same day, Providence police detectives immediately went to work. Looking for video footage to see who this individual was and who was responsible. A person of interest was identified from that video footage. The person of interest was observed on Hope Street, turning onto Waterman Street, and that was one of the first videos that we released. At the same time, every federal agency you can think of was reaching out to the Providence Police Department and responded to the capital city. Images were shared with media within hours. Persons of interest it was the same individual that has been the focus of this investigation since the beginning. All the new images that we received of this person of interest were shared with the media continuously over the past 6 days. This critical evidence was collected with the use of public assistance. As the mayor stated, I'm proud to be the chief of police of this city. I'm proud to be a product of this city for the reasons that the mayor stated. The community stepped up. It was all about groundwork, public assistance, interviews of individuals, and good old-fashioned policing. That is the type of police work that every police officer in this nation reminds themselves of, and that many do not understand. And that is critically important and often succeeds where technology alone cannot. We looked at financial records, we looked at video footages, and in the specific incident, it was actually a video that provided us with a description of a vehicle. That was corroborated through a tip that was received through the tip center. That room was packed with detectives, agents, receiving calls on a daily basis. We started early and left late. Then Flock and the LPR was able to provide us with this description of this vehicle. That vehicle was picked up by Flock, which led us to a car rental place in Massachusetts. Through that, the agents and their work as well were able to get us footage of this individual, as well as a copy of the agreement which provided his real name. The video of that subject matched the description of that person of interest that this police department was desperate to put handcuffs on. That individual was identified as Claudio Neves Valenti, date of birth, and he was a 48-year-old man. He was a Brown student, he was a Portuguese national, and his last known address was in Miami, Florida. And I will tell you that he took his own life tonight. We have members of the Providence Police Department up in Salem, New Hampshire, and we also have the BCI unit. Obviously, the FBI and their evidence recovery unit is up there, so the process is being conducted as we speak. And it goes without saying that I would like to personally thank the efforts again of the Providence Police Department, the Rhode Island State Police, the Rhode Island Attorney General, the FBI, the ATF, HSI, the U.S. Marshals, IRS, DEA, Secret Service, and NCIS. There is no way that we could have done this by ourselves. In this nation, when horrific incidents like this happen, law enforcement steps up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel. General Arona?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. You know, I would describe the emotions on the investigative team, including our prosecutors and the agents, detectives from both state police, Providence, as mixed. You know, there is a sense of completeness in terms of the investigation, an investigation that's, if not the hardest, among the handful of hardest investigations that I've ever been involved with. And the sense that we owed those 2 dead Brown students and the 9 injured Brown students and the students who were in that auditorium that weren't injured, and the Brown community and the Providence community results. The teams worked really hard. I think I mentioned that to you almost every night that we met with you. I wish they were all up here with us. That we wouldn't fit here, but it was remarkable to see the cooperation between the FBI agents, the ATF agents, the HSI agents, the Providence police detectives, the state police detectives, our prosecutors. And I will say that everybody brought a certain expertise to the table, but it is nevertheless a sad moment when you think about those young people who were hurt, injured, or worse. 2 of them are now deceased. You know, to me, this was always going to be an investigation where something was going to break it open. We were going to pull threads. We were going to gather evidence that would lead us in a particular direction. And I will say that if we were with you less than, well, I guess now more than 24 hours ago, we had that picture of that second individual. And I would say within an hour, no more than 2, I think it was under an hour, that person came forward to 2 Providence police officers over on the east side and said he had information, that he was that person, and he had information that could help this case. And I remember last night watching his interview, and he blew this case right open. He blew it open. And that's how these cases sometimes go. You can feel like you're not making a lot of progress. You can feel like you're chasing leads and they don't work out. But the team keeps going because, you know, those of us with experience know that you're going to pull a lot of threads, and it's not always the first one that's going to get you where you need to go. But when you do crack it, you crack it. And that person led us to the car, which led us to the name, which led us to the photographs of that individual renting the car, which matched the clothing of our shooter here in Providence, that matched the satchel that we see here in Providence. He was found dead with a satchel with 2 firearms and evidence in the car that that matches exactly what we see at the scene here in Providence. And so I know that you and the public have questions about how we got from a place yesterday where all we could share with you was a photograph of someone we wanted to talk to where we got to tonight. And so we got a state arrest warrant for murder today that was signed by a district court judge for this individual. There won't be a prosecution now, of course, but that affidavit is on our website, and you will be able to see more and read more about how this investigation unfolded. I won't get you all the way there because there are some things that happened afterwards which led us to this suspect's body in New Hampshire. But it will, I think, tell you, give you a sense of the work that went into this by the line prosecutors and the line agents and detectives from the agencies that work so well together. So, as I said, it's with mixed emotions. It is unimaginable, the pain that the parents and families of the deceased are feeling tonight and will feel undoubtedly for quite a while. But I hope that by bringing this person to justice, that we can at least give them the beginnings of some measure of closure. And I want to thank you all for your patience with me when I got a little testy with some of you. Those of you who know me from Rhode Island, you know that's my nature. So I really want to thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, General. As has been said several times, the partnership with the FBI was invaluable. And so it's a pleasure to introduce Special Agent in charge of FBI, Ted Dox.
Thank you, Mayor. And good evening. My name is Ted Dox, Special Agent in charge of FBI Boston. We got him. Shortly before 9 o'clock tonight, the FBI SWAT team executed court-authorized search warrants at a storage unit facility in Hampshire Road in Salem, New Hampshire. This is where we located Claudio Neves Valente, the individual who we believe was responsible for the Brown shooting. The latest developments in an intense 5-day manhunt, and as a result of an incredible amount of work dedicated by the law enforcement team standing here before you tonight. Every single agency brought their unique skills and expertise to this investigation, and we're motivated by the victims and survivors of this horrific incident. Even though the suspect was found dead tonight, our work is not done. There are many questions that need to be answered. There's a lot of evidence that needs to be processed, and most importantly, the victims and their families deserve special care and consideration. The FBI and our partners across Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire will continue to search for answers for the victims, survivors, and their families to see what motivated this individual to carry out such a senseless act of violence. From the onset of this critical incident, it's been all hands on deck. The FBI deployed approximately 500 special agents, analysts, task force officers, and support personnel to assist our partners in this investigation. In addition to this extra manpower, all our specialty teams were activated, including Evidence Response Team, SWAT, Divert, and Victim Services Response Team, just to name a few. A special thanks to you, the media, as well as to the community. My sincere thanks to Colonel Perez, Colonel Weaver, AG Nerona, Brown University PD, and all of our partners. This was truly a team effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Another critical partner at every step along the way was the ATF. I'd like to introduce Special Agent in charge of the ATF, Tom Greco.
Good evening. My name is Tom Greco, the Special Agent in charge of ATF Boston. From the moment 911 reports of the shooting at Brown University came through, there's been an around-the-clock effort to identify the perpetrator and to protect the community. The men and women of ATF, including our special agents, our intelligence research specialists, and our support personnel, have been proud to support and be part of that effort, leveraging our unique experience, dedicated investigators, canine handlers, and crime gun intelligence technology such as NIBIN, the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, to compare ballistic evidence, and our other available tools to support the investigation, and to help identify Claudio Neves Valente as the individual that we believe was responsible. ATF's mission, first and foremost, is to protect communities from violent crime. Each individual in this country deserves to live in peace and security in their homes, in their schools, in their places of worship, and in the streets. The actions of Claudio Neves Valente stole that right and terrorized the community. I'd like to emphasize to the public, this was a highly dangerous individual capable of extreme violence. And we're happy to have been part of this investigation and proud to have worked with our partners to identify him and see this through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From the very outset on Saturday, from our first press conference in the fire station to today, Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee has been by Providence's side every step of the way. The City of Providence is incredibly grateful for the governor's support, the state police, not just their assistance with the investigation, but in supporting the broader community. It's a pleasure to introduce Governor Dan McKee.
Thanks, Mayor, and clearly your staff, I feel the same way with the team that you have, that we were happily able to assist. And as a former mayor, many of here in the audience know that I've been a mayor, some don't, but I empathize and sympathize with the position that you were in and the fact that you needed people to follow the lead of the Providence police and to partner in with some extraordinary people, whether it's with the FBI or the ATF, and of course our state police as well. From the very beginning, my thoughts as a dad was with the families who suffered from the shooting. The unthinkable happened in our state. The unthinkable happened in Providence. The unthinkable happened at Brown University. And we're going to be forever changed. But our commitment from the state level is to continue to support Providence, Brown, and the people of the state of Rhode Island in the recovery. That's going to take a great deal of time. But I do say this. The professionalism that I saw in the law enforcement should make everyone that lives in our state and beyond our borders feel very safe. These things happen, but it requires some professional help in law enforcement to bring it to the conclusion that we've been able to bring it to. So, Colonel, thank you, everybody involved. And again, we will stand with Providence and Brown University and the people of the state of Rhode Island to provide the help that will be needed in the recovery in a trauma like this.
Thank you, Governor. Throughout the year, the Rhode Island State Police is an incredible partner to Providence, but during this investigation, their support was invaluable. I introduce Colonel of the State Police, Colonel Weaver.
My name is Colonel Darnell Weaver, the Superintendent of the Rhode Island State Police. I want to begin by recognizing the excellent and exceptional efforts of the Providence Police Department and Colonel Oscar Perez. From the very first moments of this investigation, the Providence Police Department has worked collaboratively and relentlessly day and night on this investigation while protecting our capital city. Their detectives followed facts developed evidence, and pursued every credible lead. Colonel Perez's leadership has been steady and decisive, focused on identifying the person responsible for this tragedy. As always, our troopers stepped up, working shoulder to shoulder with the Providence Police and our local, state, and federal partners. I want to give particular recognition to our detectives, whose diligence and dedication contributed to this investigation. Our detectives and division leadership operated as a unified team, sharing intelligence, resources, and expertise. This has truly been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, as virtually every trooper has taken extra shifts to help support the efforts in Providence, and I have never been prouder to be a member of the Rhode Island State Police. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the Rhode Island State Police, and this case stands out among one of the most challenging in our state's history. The sheer volume of digital evidence, the complexity of the investigation, and the intense public interest played an extraordinary demands on everyone involved. Despite that pressure, investigators remain disciplined, methodical, and focused on facts. We are grateful for the assistance of the public, particularly those who shared our information, provided tips, and gave us doorbell camera footage and access to their property. We are also thankful for the ongoing support of Rhode Islanders. We know that you have been with us through this entire investigation. I also want to be very clear about something else. Criminal investigations are grounded in evidence, not speculation or online commentary. The endless barrage of misinformation, disinformation, rumors, leaks, and clickbait were not helpful in this investigation. Distractions and unfounded criticisms do not support this work. They complicate it and threaten to undermine the justice we seek for the victims and the grieving families. Despite these challenges, good police work prevailed, and we have lessons that we can bring forward from these long days ahead. To the Brown University community and the people of Rhode Island, be assured that this case reflects the law enforcement community and what we are capable of, and that we are committed to this state. We will continue to support the victims and the broader community as the healing continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Providence is so proud to be home to Brown University, and we are committed to working together with them in the future as they help heal their community as we do our broader Providence community. We continue to give condolences to the deceased and our prayers to those who are recovering. The leader of Brown has been a great partner through this whole process. I'd like to introduce President Christina Paxson from Brown University.
Thank you. You know, nothing can really fully bring closure to the lives that have been shattered over the past week, but this may allow our community to move forward and begin a path of repair and recovery and healing. I want to thank the dedicated law enforcement agencies that have worked so tirelessly on this case, really around the clock, as well as our neighbors and others who participated in giving tips and helping with the investigation. We hope that this outcome tonight brings an increased sense of safety for our community at Brown and in the surrounding area. This has been a period of great fear and anxiety for many people, and now perhaps some form of relief. Truly, this week has been devastating for our community in a number of ways, including the experiences that members of our community have had with being targeted by online rumors and accusations. And I hope that this development also means an end to this truly troubling activity. So we remain focused on the safety and security of our community and in support for the victims of this senseless violence. Now, we know the public and our own Brown community members will want to know more about the individual now identified by law enforcement as the suspect in last weekend's shooting. And we can confirm the following to the best of our knowledge, based on our review in the very short time since law enforcement authorities made us aware of this development. And we provided this information to law enforcement as they build their case and wrap up the investigation. So Claudia Manuel Neves Valente was enrolled at Brown from the fall of 2000 to the spring of 2001. He was admitted to Brown's graduate school to study in the Master's of Science PhD program in physics, beginning on September 1st, 2000. And he took a leave of absence effective April 2001 before formally withdrawing effective July 31st, 2003. During his time at Brown, Nueves Valente was enrolled only in physics classes. The majority of physics classes at Brown have always been held within the Barris and Hawley classrooms and labs. Now, detailed records indicating where specific courses were held don't extend back to 2001. But we can say that physics classes typically require access to specialized equipment, including demonstration carts that are a fixed asset in some of Barris and Hawley classrooms. So I think it's safe to assume that this man, when he was a student, spent a great deal of time in that building for classes and other activities as a PhD student in physics. He has no current active affiliation with the university or campus presence. So again, we thank law enforcement and so many others for their extensive work on this case, day and night, and we look forward to a sense of restored safety for Brown, Providence, and the Rhode Island communities. Thank you.
Thank you, President Paxson. The last speaker, and then we will take your questions, is the Chief of the Brown Police Department, Chief Chapman. Remember, his officers were the first to respond on Saturday, and we are so grateful for both their immediate and heroic response and their partnership over the last 5 days. Chief.
I want to express my ongoing prayers and care and concern for our entire community. I certainly also want to acknowledge and thank the men and women of the Brown University
Okay, it just cut off on their end. When the Boston bombing happened, Reddit got positive reputation for being more reliable source information than the news. They kind of got big-headed after that. Okay, Passion. I didn't know about... I know Reddit has lots of information on there. I've seen online they have covered quite a bit of... They've actually solved some mysteries. And other mysteries they got wrong. It depends. But yeah, thank you, Passion, for letting us know. I didn't know that they did that with the Boston bombing. But yeah, I've seen some cases Reddit has gotten right before from researching different cases. And other times, not so much. I don't know, chat. I'm kind of talking to myself, but...
Yes.
Okay. They went off for a second, but they're back on now.
Concern for our entire community. I certainly also want to acknowledge and thank the men and women of the Brown University.
They keep cutting off. I don't know what on earth is going on here. What's their chat saying? Yeah, people in the chat are confused too. Censorship. Yeah, the people in the chat are saying censorship. Yeah, I don't know. This is very strange. So we are talking about the Brown University shooting. There's a press conference and they went black. I wonder if they're trying to... is there some censorship going on? And people in the chat from this live stream that we're restreaming, they're wondering the same thing. They're like, is this censorship? you know, and I will say about, it's very bizarre about the 48-year-old man doing the shooting at Brown's University. Very strange. They're back now. Okay.
I want to express my ongoing prayers and care and concern for our entire community. I certainly also want to acknowledge and thank the men and women of the Brown University.
What on earth? It went out again. Scared. 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 Yeah, it does seem like the deep state's cutting the feed, yes. It could be. Certainly. Passion says, I did assume it would be a young person struggling with challenges of being under student loans, peer pressure, and maybe a relationship issue. A 48-year-old? I know. I know. Yes, they caught the Brown shooter. It's a Portuguese 48-year-old. Oh, okay. Let's see what the chat's saying. Just a bunch of gibberish. They cut the feed because they told the truth. He offed himself. Darkness, darkness. Yeah, I don't know. People in the chat are confused too. Wow. Yeah, and also, so, and Fifi, they were having this press conference, and then they cut the feed. So, that is, we're a bit, no pun intended, we're in the dark here. Scared. Okay. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I have come to talk to you again. Yeah. That's basically what's going on right now. Yes, it was on just now, Fifi. And they were having a good press conference and telling us their mainstream narrative, and then it cut off. Yeah. As we're watching Simpson and this, and we're flipping back and forth, sometimes watching both at once, and now we just got this. Okay, a lot of storms. Okay, so there's a theory that there's lots of storms and it's causing the broadcast to go out. A lot of people are saying censorship and it's a mystery. All right, I'm going to flip over back to OJ, and then we're going to, if it comes back on, I'll flip it back. Okay.
The need to examine the material first, we merit priority here. On number 117, for example, which they didn't choose to test until very late in the game for no reason that is apparent to me. And certainly with respect to just looking at the rest of 13, the sock, I think we should have a right to look at the actual sock itself, and they can retain the cutting if they want for the time being.
Mr. Harmon?
Sounds like they really don't want us to find out what's in those two items, doesn't it, Your Honor? I guess we need to go back to last summer and last fall and remind counsel that while they may say we have to make certain showings in advance of testing, the law in this state has always been Griffin, and that's a retrospective concern. That's, if we want to introduce our evidence, we have to be able to demonstrate that whatever tests we done were reasonably necessary. And the court recognized this when you issued your order, that there was no proposition that the defense had litigated and caused undue consumption of time. The defense simply has no right at that point in time to insist that we make these showings. That's simply not the law in this state. We don't have to show why testing had not begun. You recognize that. And we sure don't have to show how much is necessary. On the other hand, if we can't justify, when they don't like the answers that will certainly come from these tests, if we can't justify why we've consumed what we have, then you have some rights and they have some rights to keep us from using the evidence, whatever results are produced from it. We understand that. We've always appreciated that. I can tell the court that the sensitivity level, and I'll describe why we need the sock in a moment, is approximately 50 parts per million. Now, I can't speak to what size stain that means has to be consumed. I can't address that. But we will address that when the defense certainly complains that we have proven conclusively that there's no EDTA on either of those two stains. So we're prepared to abide by the provisions of Griffin, but there's simply no reason for the defense to interrupt our testing at this point in time, especially after they have formally made serious accusations about the sock, and had they known that that is Mr. Simpson's blood on the rear gate in Bundy, Mr. Cochran would have alleged that perhaps Van Atta went over there and sprinkled it on the gate at some later date. He just didn't know that because those test results were just made available recently to Dr. Blake. So had they known that, they certainly would have made that accusation. And knowing that that's Mr. Simpson's blood on the rear gate, and we will definitively show that through the RFLP tests that are beginning today, that is why we have selected just those two items of evidence. But let me describe why we've selected the items that we have, because Mr. Scheck just doesn't seem to get the idea that we're trying to demonstrate that the failure to show EDTA is present means that it's not there, and this is why we need the sock. We need the sock because EDTA is present in many items, and if, for example, that sock was improperly rinsed in the rinse cycle, there's EDTA in laundry detergent. So we need to do substrate controls. We need to sample extensively from that very sock to prove that if there's EDTA on unstained areas in the sock, that it's probably from one of these other sources in the environment, like laundry soap. If there's no EDTA present in unstained areas in the sock, then that suggests that at least there's no background contribution from the socks that could have come from some other source. So having the socks as a control is indispensable to this as a scientific experiment to prove that this exquisitely sensitive test, when it says we haven't found EDTA anywhere in any of these items, That means it's not there. And that's why we need all the items that we've described. We need the reference samples, 59 and 72, from Nicole. We've had DOJ cut from a very large stained area on Nicole's black dress that certainly must be from her own blood. And that's another control, just to make sure that there's no EDTA present in her own blood, because many food substances have EDTA as a preservative in it. That's another vital control to the test. That's why we've also sent 117, the Bundy rear gate, which the defense knows is the tests are showing that is Mr. Simpson's blood, and then Mr. Simpson's reference sample. So legally, we've tried to pare it down. They just don't want to wait till Monday. These tests should be done Monday, and the court realizes Monday's a holiday for everybody, but they're going to do it Monday. We're going to get it to the East Coast on Friday, and these tests, unless there's a power outage or a big blizzard, they'll be done Monday. And one of the things that they really haven't addressed is all of their experts, and this is something I touched on in my letter, we seem to have drifted from the court's order of requiring these things to be done locally, absent a showing of good cause. And we have no objection to whoever's doing it, but it just seems to me you've ordered them to do it locally, consistent with the case law that I cited, and they haven't made any kind of showing of good cause. I don't know if Henry Lee's the one who's going to look at all these other items, but he's not coming back from Seattle till Thursday night. I don't know about Doctors Baden and Wolf, but they're not losing any time. They can look at all the other items that we will make available to them and that we have made available to them. So we're just talking about a few critical items that if they want to try to look at them Monday night, if the tests are all done by mid-afternoon, we'll try to ship them up to them wherever they want them to be shipped or wherever you tell us to ship them the same day Monday. So to me, this is a big to-do about nothing, but it clearly reflects that they're concerned, they've made these allegations, and these test results will seriously undermine their credibility in the eyes of this jury based on Mr. Cochran's opening statement.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Harmon. Mr. Scheck, any brief response?
Yes. It sounds to me like, first of all, Mr. Harmon is explaining why there may be results finding EDTA in these materials ahead of time that he can then explain away if they find it. And he didn't tell us what 50 parts per million means in terms of the amount of blood that you have to have. Is that a half a milliliter of blood, which may be more than or on any of these swatches? But I think his argument really proves the wisdom of the suggestion that we're putting before the court. Before they cut up that sock anymore and perform a destructive test on it, even if they're using it for purposes of a substrate control, all we want to do is look at it. And our proposal would be is to have those materials sent to Albany so our experts, all of them out there with their own instruments in a laboratory that's been dedicated for this purpose, can look at it over the weekend. That's what we really want. And the socks, of course, is one of the most critical items because we want to just take a look at them. They can videotape that so that there's no allegation that anybody put anything on them. Our request is merely for a true physical inspection and examination, not a destructive test. They're asking to perform a destructive test, and the point here is simply which should take priority. And I don't see the great necessity to have them do that immediately, right now, before we even get a chance to look at them. That's all.
Right. Thank you, counsel. All right. As to items 1359, 7286, and 117, this all being prosecution evidence, they may maintain control of that item and have that tested by the Federal Bureau of Investigation Criminalistics Laboratory, that testing to commence on Monday, February the 20th. Immediately upon the conclusion of those tests, The prosecution is to make those samples available immediately to the defense for their inspection and testing pursuant to the court order. Court notes that as to the critical item number 13, the socks, that the defense has had the opportunity to view these items at the Department of Justice, although not examine them in a private setting. The prosecution is ordered to turn over the items listed in paragraph 2 of Mr. Harmon's letter of February the 15th forthwith to the defense for their testing pursuant to the court's previous order, and the non-biological evidence is likewise ordered turned over to the defense for their testing. I do make a finding that given the location of the defense experts, all of them apparently on the East Coast, and the laboratory facility being available in Albany, New York, that they have shown sufficient cause to test those matters out of state. However, the court warns that there will be unbelievably negative sanctions should these items become lost or destroyed.
Your Honor, can I just interject one thing? I'm not sure if you noted in my letter, Mr. Hodgman on the non-biological evidence has asked just to have a couple of hours to review that, and I don't expect anything will be accepted, but I just wanted to advise the court.
He can come and ask me for a good cause exception to the court's order.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, counsel. All right. Is there anything else before we resume with Sergeant Rossi? All right, Deputy Higgins, let's have the jury, please. My apologies to you for the delay in getting started. However, you should know that we have been in session on other matters since 8:30 this morning. Sometimes these things take longer than I anticipate that they'll take. All right, Sergeant Rossi, would you come forward, please? Resume the witness stand. All right, good morning, Sergeant Rossi. You're reminded that you were still under oath. Mr. Bailey, you may continue with your cross-examination.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sergeant Rossi, I hand you what has been marked Defense 1013 for identification, and ask you to look at it and see whether or not you can tell me that that represents a map of the area showing both the police department and 875 South Bundy at the intersection of Dorothy.
Yes, it does.
And do you see a scale on that map?
Yes.
What is your present estimate of the distance between, by road, the distance between the police station at 1663 Butler Avenue and 875 South Bundy?
3 to 5 miles?
3 to 5 miles?
Yes, sir.
How about 1 mile, 2,842 feet?
Is counsel testifying?
It's a leading question.
Doesn't it look more like a mile and a half?
It looks a little more than that to me, sir.
Okay. When we adjourned yesterday, Sergeant, we were talking.
If Brown had cameras in that part of the building, we would have gotten this guy. And it may have stopped this swirling action. Can you answer that question for me?
Well, I don't think we have said the locations of cameras at Brown.
But there's no cameras in that building because why would they take it from a rental car agency?
We have 1,200 cameras at Brown.
But not in that building.
We have some in that building. It's a large complex. And I think what you would see is the video evidence in this case, from my perspective, I'm not a law enforcement agent, has been incredibly helpful. The moving of the person around the neighborhood, those video images, they help crack this case. So I think video was important. And as the Attorney General explained at a recent press conference, this individual was not spending his time on the Brown campus. He came into a building on the edge of the campus. He left. He was in the neighborhoods. The investigation focused on the neighborhoods. The video was there. And that was really, really instrumental in cracking the case. But you can ask them.
And this is my follow-up, Madam President, if you'd stay at the podium. Yes, video played a big role in this case. The neighbor's video, the rental car video, but not the video from the building that he walked in freely both before when he got in a confrontation and when he came back in and decided to kill people. You didn't have cameras in that building, just say it, so we could get this over it. And my next question is, will you put
Dan, you got
cameras
one
in,
follow-up.
will
Yeah.
you put the cameras in that building? Will
Yeah.
there be more cameras in that building?
Yeah, you know, I think we need to look back. We'll look at everything that is done, but I do not think a lack of cameras in that building it had anything to do with what happened there. And we will go forward. Thank you.
Tom.
Tom Quinlan, WPRO. Colonel Perez, I'm hearing from sources that the person that identified the shooter happened to be a homeless person that either lived around or inside that Barris and Holly building. Can you confirm more about this person for us? And then I have a follow-up for President Paxson.
I'll tell you there was a person that was pretty attentive about his surroundings. I'll tell you there was a person that was very cooperative and helpful to this investigation. And I'll tell you that he was a great individual that actually assisted us in getting us to this point where we're at. I'll tell you that. He was, yes.
Yeah, I have to say, he was incredibly articulate, and his testimony, had we needed it, would not only have been credible, it would have been persuasive. He was as outstanding a witness as I've seen, and he deserves a lot of credit. You know, recognizing there's a gunman on the loose, that the gunman knows he had this interaction with him, and he didn't, once he knew that we were looking for his help, I mean, he came forward within an hour. And that person deserves a tremendous amount of credit. I don't know whether he's going to get the reward or not, but if I had a vote, he would.
All right, Tom, you got to follow. Are you done? Go ahead.
My question was for Chair Chapman, if you wouldn't mind. In October, the Brown Daily Herald reported that you had a vote of no confidence in your leadership, and students were concerned for their safety and the fact that you had prioritised desk jobs over having over field jobs and having more people patrolling the campus. Now, in light of this, do you accept any kind of responsibility for this? And now that we've given these prior warnings, are you going to reevaluate how the Brown Police operate in the future now, so this doesn't happen again and these students can feel more safe on campus when they return?
Great. So as I stated earlier, I'm profoundly proud of the men and women of public safety and profoundly proud of our police department. We will continue with the heroic work that they've done and continue to work side by side with our partners. And everything else that comes with that is a continual effort to do what is best for the safety and security of our campus.
But will you reassess how the people are allocated within your department?
Every single day, we work and endeavor to keep our campus safe, whatever that entails and all that entails.
In the back.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering, I did this question for the Colonel. Can you talk about, you said that 2 weapons were found in Valencia's car. Was that one of those weapons, the gun that was used to shoot here in Brown? Has that weapon been found? Can you speak to that?
That's all part of this continuing investigation. This just before we came downstairs, actually, as you all were watching, that was developing up in Salem, New Hampshire.
Can you say that the weapons were purchased?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, those firearms were found at the deceased body, not in a car. So he killed himself inside the storage unit, and the firearms were found at his in the area of his thigh and in the area of his feet. It was not in a car. There was evidence that was observed from outside the car that matched our crime scenes, meaning mask, clothing, satchel, which you can see on that video. And there was a main plate over a Florida plate. This guy was changing plates. One of the reasons it was so hard to find was he knew what he was doing. He was changing plates. And so, that's why the collective work of following and finding this car was made more difficult because this guy was changing plates. So we got a main plate and we got a Florida plate on the same car in New Hampshire.
Patrick.
As he was a...
Oh, I'm sorry. Especially,
I was just going to add.
please.
Tom Greco again from ATF. It's okay. As far as the ballistics evidence, I know that the last question concerned matching the guns found to the crime scene. As several people up here have said, this investigation is ongoing, and in many ways, in some ways, just beginning. Those weapons that were found at the scene, we will be using our tools such as NIBIN to compare the ballistic evidence to see if we have any matches. So we use those tools to rule things in and to rule them out as well. So we'll be following up on that throughout the remainder of the investigation.
Patrick.
Neves Valente was a Portuguese national. Under what status was he in the country, and how did he get into the country? Do we know at this point? And I have a follow-up after that.
You have that, Oscar?
Yeah, I think, yeah, I do. So as far as we know, he had a student visa. He had came in here with a student visa, and we also had learned that he had applied to get a green card.
Do we know, and for President Paxson, does Brown have
And Patrick, if I could just be clear on that, he got that lawful permanent resident status in September of 2017.
Thank you. I was going to ask, but then, and for President Paxson, has Brown had any communication from Neves Valente in the period after he left until now?
As far as I know, no. He has really gone off our radar. We will continue to cooperate with the police as they continue with the investigation to find anything we can find about him. But his last class that he took at Brown was in 2001.
Straight back.
This question's for the Colonel or the Attorney General. If you hadn't focused on the wrong person of interest on day one, do you think the professor in Massachusetts could be alive?
Well, from the beginning, I've told you that this investigation is extremely complex and intense. And so we used every resource as soon as we responded to the call. I stated that earlier. I'm proud of the men and women of this department. Yes, we did find somebody that we thought obviously was the person, but we continued on. We continued on investigating. We continued on canvassing the areas. We continued on with video. And that's why we ended up where we're at now.
Yeah, if I could just jump in here, I just want to continue to answer that question. It's an important one, and the answer to that is this. And I tried to convey it a couple of days ago. We broke ourselves out into teams. So while the Providence team and the state police team and the ATF team were working here in Providence to follow up leads, develop whatever video evidence we can, which eventually led to all the steps that you've seen and are laid out in the affidavit, which is on our website, and it is multiple pages. You'll see the progression. So while the FBI were working Coventry, we were working here. Now, you may ask, well, what was it about Coventry that made us, for those of us who've been in law enforcement for a long time, why did we have to run that lead to ground? Here's why. When the FBI confronted him, initially, he was not cooperative. When they entered the room to secure it, there were guns in the room. One of them had a laser sight. The witnesses had told us there was a laser sight used in the course of the attack. Okay, we had to run that to ground. We couldn't just, not run that to ground. That was a very promising lead. But that's why you don't get over your skis about, and word choice is important. So while we had to test those ballistics and test the DNA off those guns, and that DNA ruled this guy out, okay, but we had to run that lead to ground. But while we're running that lead to ground over the course of Sunday, for the most part, my memory's correct, we were working other leads, which eventually led us through a recreation by the great work of the team, including the marshals, by the way, that are up here. Movements, image of our cooperating witness comes in, and you've heard the rest. So, this is the way these investigations work. You don't chase one and stop. We have chased more than one lead over the course of the last 4 to 5 days. There was one lead that we followed, didn't work out. There was another lead that we followed, didn't work out. There was another lead that we followed, didn't work out. So that's, at least in my mind, 5 different leads that one worked out, 4 didn't. But you're running them all down at the same time. So I can't offer any comfort in that regard, but I don't believe that we would have found this person any sooner, given the evidence that was available to us.
Way back.
Can you say why it took so long to get the tipster's tip? It looks like he posted on Reddit on Monday and then said on Reddit that he told the FBI. Was it lost in the FBI's tip?
We received the tip about that post and immediately acted on it. And so that's exactly what occurred. As soon as the tip came in, we had a tip center upstairs that was staffed, as I mentioned earlier, by detectives and agents. They were going through hundreds of tips that were coming in, hundreds. We were vetting them through, ruling them out, just like the general stated. We were making sure that whatever came in, we checked it to its entire to ensure that we weren't missing anything. And so when we got to that tip, obviously, it led us to that person that we wanted to speak with, and I told you the rest earlier. So.
Yeah, and I just want to complete that too, because this is important. This person had to come forward. That's why we put the picture out. Once we put the picture out, he came forward, right? But we didn't know who that person was. We knew about what was on Reddit, but we didn't know who that person was. That's why when we identified another person, we didn't know when that person came forward that he was the Reddit poster. He then told us he was, okay? So all of these things kind of happened in that sequence.
Go ahead, Chris.
This Valente figure, this is a question for President Paxson. Do we know why he left school early in 2001? Did he have a history of mental illness that was expressed during that time or reported in that time?
No, we learned his name very, very recently, and we haven't had a chance to really dig into the records. But we will if it helps with the investigation.
This is another question.
We're going to follow up question.
This is another question about a student visa. You said he's here on a student visa now. What school is he affiliated with if he's here?
General,
Yeah. So he's not here on a student visa now. He was initially, and then he applied for and received lawful permanent resident status in September of 2017. Okay.
Go right here.
What was Mr. Valente's profession, and have you searched his residence?
Again, as I stated earlier, we just identified who obviously that person, and this developed pretty quickly. So that's all part of the investigation that's coming.
And can you talk about, was there any interaction between him and law enforcement before he died?
No, not that we know.
I have a follow-up to her.
There you
And
go.
that is, do you know any associates of his, family members, friends, roommates, and if there are any in the United States, did any of them come forward through the process of this investigation?
No, not at this time. This evolved extremely quickly. We've been at this for 6 days. And so here we are, and we now identify who the person is. We're about to make an apprehension. As I stated earlier, he took his own life. But that's all part of the investigation that will continue about him. Go ahead.
Okay, so for President Paxson, Chief Barrow said he had no known criminal history that you know of. You were asked about possible mental illness while he was here. When he was at Brown, did he have any grievances, disputes with anyone, any problems, any disciplinary issues, any problems at all that were documented?
Not that we know of at this point. I mean, again, these are very, very old records, you have to understand. We learned about this very recently. And I think going forward, as we want to learn more, we will cooperate with the investigation to give them the information they need.
Go ahead, in the white shirt.
Hi, Brittany, WCBB. This question is for Colonel Perez. You mentioned that Claudio was the primary suspect, primary focus from the beginning. If that's the case, can you elaborate more on why there was someone else detained initially, and the lead that led you to that person to being detained initially, if Claudio was the primary focus from the beginning?
Yeah, so...
And I have a follow-up.
Sure, Brittany. Great question. So we have received a tip about that first person. We have received a tip about him wanting to get a permit to carry a firearm. And that led us to also learn that he was a person who potentially could be, it was just where he was denied and then he went to another department, and the descriptions led us there. So we had it vetted through. Obviously, the FBI responded, followed through that whole tip, ended up finding the person, taking him to custody, finding him with 2 firearms, with a laser. And so it took a while for us to be able to rule him out. But it was a tip that came in. And as I stated earlier, as soon as the call came in, it was all hands on deck. And there was nothing that we were just going to say that is not anything that had to do with it, with this case. Obviously, we wanted to make an apprehension, and we went after that. So.
Yeah, I just wanted, if I could just jump in here, Mayor, I'm sorry to do that, but I think I heard you say that Mr. Valente was the suspect from the start.
Primary focus.
No. He became their primary focus yesterday at around this time. This name was not known to us until yesterday. So when our cooperator came in last night, we were able to track the car, get the name, and then we were in the position of, today, do we push that name out so that you can help us find this guy, or do we think we know where he is? And so that was the balance. That was that back and forth analysis in our minds, collective investigative team minds, was going on today. But his name did not come to us until yesterday. As I said yesterday, until you have the name, which we did not have until yesterday, after our press conference together, that's when this thing heated up. As soon as you have a name, I believe you can find anybody in this country. And the fact that this team was able to do it in around 24 hours, I think is a tribute to them, their hard work, around the clock, to do exactly what we have been talking about doing, which is how long is it going to take? And it took, roughly 5 days. And that's a tribute to them.
Brittany, if I could just clarify further on that. So what I meant, obviously, it was that the image that we released within hours of that person of interest that was walking on Waterman Avenue and around the corner, that was sent out within minutes. That became a primary focus of the investigation, that person of interest. Yes.
If I may, my
Please.
follow-up. I believe it said the last address for Valenti was in Miami.
Correct.
Have law enforcement in Miami been notified? Are they searching this last address for any potential evidence?
No, Brittany, absolutely. Yes, that address, I believe, was one that predicated in 2001. And so, absolutely, the law enforcement agencies, both federal and local, were notified of that. They also went to that residence as well, also talked to the individuals that was at that particular residence to see if they had any type of connections or associations with Valenti.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
On the way back.
Question for Coronel Perez, I'm sorry. For Univision, in Spanish, you can what's next? Do you have any leads on the motives? Como acaba de preguntar la colega, ¿ya registraron la vivienda en la Florida? ¿Qué es lo que viene ahora? Si es que saben cuál fue su motivo para matar a esta gente.
Sí, vamos a seguir. So the question was, what's next, right? What are we going to do next? And so la respuesta es que vamos a seguir, obviamente, trabajando con las organizaciones federales y también entre nosotros buscando esa inteligencia de quién es esa persona, qué motivo lo trajo aquí a la ciudad de Providence a cometer esta tragedia, este incidente. Pero eso va a tomar tiempo verdaderamente, vamos a tener que averiguar y averiguar más para ver qué fue el motivo que llegó a esta ciudad.
¿Tienen alguna pista de qué podría haber sido? ¿Qué es lo que van a estar buscando ahora?
No, hasta el momento no. Esto obviamente, como les acabo de explicar ahorita, lo identificamos hace poco.
Go ahead. Right there.
What brought investigators specifically to New Hampshire? Does this person have a connection to New Hampshire? I know you said that the storage unit was in his name.
So it was the financial records that the federal agency followed through the investigation that led us to learn that this person had rented there, a storage unit. And so we responded immediately, and we found that the vehicle that we were looking for of interest was parked there.
Okay, go ahead.
Chief, can you speak a little bit more to that, again, identification of the vehicle of interest, the person who did that? And as you said, there was video captured. Could you walk us through that aspect of this? Was this the witness who provided to you the vehicle? Can you walk us through how that vehicle of interest entered the investigation? And then I have a follow-up.
Correct, yeah, it was part of the tip that was posted actually, and then also the tipster had called and had stated that this individual had a fob and was trying to enter a vehicle that was parked on Benevolent. And so because of that, we obviously knew there was a vehicle and there was a description of a vehicle. When we brought him in, he collaborated further on that vehicle. We put it out through Flock, the description of it, and we learned that within that time period, there was only a certain amount of vehicles that came up with those description fit in it. So our detectives obviously stayed on that and ended up finding this vehicle with Florida plates, and that's how we ended up with that specific vehicle. Then we had learned that the vehicle also potentially could have changed their plates, and as I stated earlier, we were able to find the vehicle on Flock, actually get the actual plate, learn that it was a car rental, which brought us up to learn that that we needed to learn more at the rental place about the individual, which we did, and then further later, we find out, again, doing all the work that they did upstairs, I think it was tremendous too. If you had a chance and an opportunity to see how much work was put in, because it was bits and pieces of information. It's almost like putting a puzzle together. You only have just a few pieces, and you're building it. And that, later on, led us with the financial records to learn that he rented a storage unit in New Hampshire, and that's why we ended up.
Kate, your follow-up to that one for the Chief or the Attorney General. You mentioned, again, weighing that public interest versus the information that was available to law enforcement at the time, as this person, again, considered armed and potentially dangerous, was out there. The Chief just spoke to license plates changing on a variety of moments, if you will. But was it too fast-moving? Talk to us about weighing again that providing information to the public with an armed and dangerous individual and vehicle use that involved multiple license plates, and your decision not to sort of real-time inform the public of it.
Yeah, so we knew last night, who this guy was and that he had rented a car in Boston. So the question becomes, is he going to return the car to Boston? We got information he might return it to Connecticut. He didn't return it at all. But when we thought he might be returning it to the information, to the locations, we wanted to try to take him without him knowing we were coming. As soon as his name gets out there, he is going to be even more in the wind. And so the question becomes, if you think you might know where he is, right, eventually you find the storage unit, right, so you're following that up. But initially you think he might return the car to Boston on Atlantic Avenue, I believe, or in Connecticut, perhaps to board a flight somewhere. You're weighing, can I take this guy, because we know where he's going to be, and not alert him that we're coming. And so I would say this afternoon, we were going back and forth on that. But as the FBI and the ATF and our other partners, Providence Police, State Police, developed evidence as to where he was, ultimately in New Hampshire, we decided to pursue to that location. And there we found the car with those multiple plates that we were looking for, a Florida plate and a Maine plate on top of it.
General, right there, go ahead.
General, that DNA evidence, where was that tested? And also the firearms examination. We've had some trouble with the state lab here. Where were those?
I just wanted to touch real quick, and I know ITF is going to be able to answer you that, but that's a great question, Mark. And the reason for that is because when the incident first happened, it was our BCI unit that responded and collected that DNA and protected the integrity of that DNA and sent it out.
Thank you. The evidence collected, the DNA and the firearms were sent to the Connecticut State Police Lab. They had the best local capabilities to handle that type of evidence and do those type of examinations.
Follow-up, you're good.
Thank you.
Wheeler, go ahead.
So is there an understanding of how he got to get the rental car in Boston, or what his movements were in the days and weeks before the shooting?
So if there's an understanding how he got to Boston to rent the car, is that?
Yeah, like where was he in the days and the weeks before this?
Yeah, so we're not sure about that, obviously, because we all started acting on this investigation when the incident happened, and that's when we started to follow through to learn more about it. So.
And remember, we didn't have his name until last night, so I think we'll know more about his movements as we're able to track that name. But the critical thing was, once we knew his name, was where is he right now? Certainly, going backwards, we're going to want to know how he got into the country, when he got here, and all that. But today's mission was get him off the streets where he poses a danger to Rhode Islanders and ultimately the people of New England.
How close were law enforcement to him when he took his own life? Were they closing in on him? Were they minutes away, seconds away from him?
Yeah, I don't think we know that yet. I mean, I think there will have to be a autopsy done to figure out when he took his life. What we do know is that he signed into that place, but we didn't see him coming out. So I would say at that point, I think, the instinct, at least that I had, was that he had taken his own life. But certainly, if he came out, he would have been arrested. I mean, he was, that site had been secured by the FBI.
And go ahead right there, please.
You mentioned shell casings in the hallway. Did he start in the classroom and then move to the hallway? Can you elaborate?
It looks like as soon as he entered, he started firing. We found over 44 rounds that were firing into the classroom. And that's all actually listed in the affidavit. I really want to have some respect for the family, for the victims and the students. I think that there is no reason for us to stand here and re-victimize anybody. If I was a father and I'm watching right now, I think it would re-victimize me even more. So I really want to pay some respect on some of the questions that you asked. If you.
Did the gun jam during the shooting? Did the gun jam during the shooting?
I'm going to end with one last. I'm going to end with
How
one.
much money it cost this investigation? Brown going to reimburse the money to the city and the state, and she going to give some money to the gentleman. They give the license plate number, the only person.
So-
I think Brown deserves to give money to that person.
Thank you for the question. I will say I can't speak for other agencies. On behalf of the City of Providence, we have not yet assessed what the cost of this investigation. Let me finish my answer. We have not yet assessed what the cost. Ronaldo, we're done. Okay. Listen, one last positive announcement. As has been said multiple times, the investigation continues. I know there's lots of question around motive and otherwise. The individuals here are still hard at work. Yesterday, we gave an update with respect to the survivors. I'm happy to say that one condition was upgraded, and now all 6 survivors are in stable condition. It is important to not lose fact of the fact that 6 people are still in the hospital who I know would welcome our prayers. This has been a traumatic moment for our community. I hope that today's announcement starts the healing process and provides some closure for that. As the governor, I think, very eloquently stated, lots of people are going to leave town today, but the rest of us will all still be here, and we're going to have a long road ahead. And I know that what we do best as Rhode Islanders is support one another. I know this community will support one another to move forward after the worst act of violence that any of us can remember. The press has played an important role in helping us push out information and get to this moment today. We're very grateful for all of you. I'm sure some people will be willing to talk after the press conference. Thank you all for your time.
Has President Trump reached out to anybody on the team to congratulate them?
Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Chris, thanks. Governor, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, sir, thank you. Governor, thanks.
General, can I just get a clarification on 2 things? The roommate. Which one was the roommate? The MIT professor or the professor that was that had the classes? Was it the MIT professor? They said that they were roommates or friends years ago?
I don't know a lot about that part of the background.
Okay, and you were asked a question and didn't really give an answer. Was he homeless and was he living in
I don't really want to get into the circumstances.
Excuse me.
Okay, that was the press conference, and now we're going to watch some more of this, of the OJ trial.
About the possibility that the coroner had not been notified as of 5 a.m. My understanding is that you personally didn't know of anyone having notified the coroner of these homicides by 5 a.m. Is that correct?
Overruled. Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Now, is there any requirement that you, as a police officer, have some familiarity with the laws regulating the conduct of homicide investigations?
No, sir.
There is none.
As, if I understand the question, laws regulating the conduct of the investigators that are handling the case?
No. Is there any requirement that you have familiarity with the laws that regulate homicide investigations?
Yes, laws of the state, yes.
All right. Are you familiar with any law that dictates when the coroner should be notified when a death has occurred?
No, I'm not, sir.
You never heard of such a law?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever hear of Section 10250 of the California Penal Code?
Objection. Your question.
No. Yes or no? Are you aware of the code section?
No, sir.
Do you know that it is... I'm sorry. I'm told I misspoke. Not the California Penal Code, the Health and Safety Code. Do you know there is a Health and Safety Code?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever reviewed that code?
The entire code? No, sir.
Any sections of the code that might pertain to your work?
Yes, some.
Are you familiar with a section that deals with the notification of the coroner in certain circumstances after death?
No, I'm not.
Is that illegal? Counsel, let me see your good side. Counsel, Mr. Bailey.
Sergeant Rossi, you said that you were familiar with certain parts of the Health and Safety Code.
Your Honor, may I please see what counsel's reading from?
You already have at the bench.
Oh, he snatched it out of my hands, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark, have a seat, please.
Do you remember the question, Sergeant?
Yes, sir, I do. And yes, I am familiar with some sections.
Are you familiar with any portion of the Health and Safety Code that mandate the calling of the coroner in a homicide case?
No, I'm not.
All right. Do you from time to time review the LAPD manual?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever look at Volume 4?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. And what about Section 238.46 entitled Notification of the Coroner? Do you ever look at that?
I don't believe I've ever looked at that, no.
Okay. Would you like to look at these two provisions to refresh your recollection, perhaps?
If you would like me to.
I would like you to.
Objection. Have me refresh your recollection.
Sustain.
I thought you said that you did, at one time or another, acquaint yourself with the provisions of the Health and Safety Code.
Some sections, yes.
All right. Do you ever recall reading anything about the mandate to notify the coroner?
No.
You don't. Were you, in fact, in charge of this crime scene from your arrival at 1:25 a.m. until 2:10 when Detective Phillips showed up?
Yes, I was.
All right. As one in charge of the crime scene, were you not obligated to carry out any legal duty imposed on the boss?
Repeat the question, sir. I don't understand it.
Were you obligated to carry out any legal duty imposed on the person in charge?
Repeat it again. I just don't understand the question. I was in charge until the detective showed up.
No. We're talking about a bracket from 1:25 to 2:10. Do you understand that?
Time bracket.
Yes.
Yes.
That's 45 minutes. Is it not?
Yes.
You had the means of communication at hand, did you not?
Yes.
Now, did you, during that 45-minute period, have a legal duty to call the coroner?
Not as far as I know, no.
Did you know it was a misdemeanor to fail to call the coroner, Sergeant?
I don't believe it is, sir.
May I now approach the witness and show him the section?
I don't know what he's showing. Can I please see it, Your Honor?
Is that an objection for relevance?
Relevance.
Sustain. Thank you.
Okay. So that if there was such a law on June 13th, 1994, you were not familiar with it. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And if you violated that law, it was unknowing on your part. Is that correct?
Calls for a legal conclusion. Sustain. I'll sustain the court's own objection. Now, Mr. Bailey, this is a rather limited area of inquiry with this witness.
I understand that.
Thank you.
Is there any regulation, quite apart from the Health and Safety Code, in the manual of the LAPD that requires you, when you're in charge of a homicide scene, to notify the coroner promptly?
Not unless I'm instructed by the investigating detective.
What regulation are you referring to that says you're exempted from that obligation unless the investigating detective orders you to?
That's our department's policy, sir.
Where is the policy printed? Can you tell us?
No, I can't.
Is it any part of Section 238.46 of Volume 4?
I don't know.
Have you ever read that section?
Probably, but I don't remember how long it's been. But yes, I probably have. I read the entire manual when I was studying for sergeant, so.
But you don't now recall what's in it?
Not that section, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you that section?
Possibly.
May I do so?
You may. Yes.
You examine that?
Which section is it? This one here? 238.46?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you find anything in that section that exempts you from needing to notify the coroner until the detectives arrive?
Yes.
Would you read the section, or that part of it, which you believe exempts you from that obligation?
It shall be the responsibility of the investigating officer to notify the coroner of deaths occurring. And I was a preliminary investigating sergeant, and I take this as investigating officer, meaning the responding detectives.
Okay. Now, when you personally observe another policeman violating the law, what is your obligation?
Overruled. I think we've already asked this question, though. Sustained. Yesterday.
Sorry. Are you familiar with Section 210.46 of Volume 1, dealing with misconduct of officers and the duty to report?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever hear any detective call the coroner that morning?
No, I did not.
Did you ever report the fact that the detectives had violated the rules of the manual?
Sustained.
Very well. What obligations do you have to make reports of homicide investigations of this sort when you are at least temporarily in charge of the matter?
The only obligation that I have is to ensure that a crime scene log is being completed.
And how did you carry out that obligation that morning?
When I arrived at the scene, I asked Sergeant Marty Kuhn, who was handling the crime scene log, and he indicated that it was a police officer by the name of Chris Cummings, and he was standing very close to my proximity, and I saw that he was in fact engaged in that duty.
And did you take any further steps to assure that the crime scene log was being accurately carried out?
No, sir.
Have you ever examined it to see that it reflects what you remember?
Have I ever examined the crime scene log? Yes, I've looked at it.
Okay. Did you find inaccuracies there that you were able to report or log?
No.
Okay. According to the crime scene log, are various people on the scene at given times, and the departure reported as unknown, if you know?
I'm sorry, sir, what was the question?
If you know.
If I know what?
Whether or not, as to certain people, including the lieutenant and your superior, Captain Dial, the departure time was logged as unknown. Did you ever inquire into that?
No, I did not.
Did you notice, for instance, that Detective Phillips arrived at 2:10 and didn't leave till 10 a.m. from Bundy?
I believe I saw what time he logged in. I don't know what time he left.
My question is, when you reviewed the crime scene log, did you notice that according to it, Detective Phillips arrived at Bundy at 2:10 and didn't depart till 10 a.m.?
No, I didn't note that.
You know that's false, don't you?
No, sir, I don't know that's false.
Didn't he call you from Rockingham?
Yes, sir, he did.
You now know it's false, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. But this is the first time that's been brought to your attention.
Yes.
I take it that your review was somewhat cursory.
Yes, probably so.
Okay. And of course, that same entry as to Detective Furman would be wrong, wouldn't it?
Possibly. It's not my job to review the crime scene log, sir. That goes to the detectives.
I thought you did review it.
I looked at it.
But because it was not your job, you didn't look at it carefully. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't scrutinize it, no.
Okay. Now, when Officer Risky called you first, I take it you did not note the time on any piece of paper or log?
No, I didn't.
Did you satisfy yourself from your conversation with him that the victims were both deceased?
Yes.
Did he tell you that he touched the eye of one of the victims to ascertain that?
Not at that time, no.
Did you later learn that?
Yes, sir.
Did you later learn how he accomplished that?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me he went around to the north side of the male victim, and I believe he said he reached through the fence.
So that he wasn't trampling on the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When he said the crime scene is secure, As I understand it, you accepted that.
Yes, sir.
Did you know at the time you accepted it that his training in crime scene protection was entirely superficial?
It was Sergeant Kuhn who told me the crime scene was secure.
I thought you told us yesterday that Officer Risky told you that before Sergeant Kuhn's arrived. Did you not?
No, I didn't.
You didn't say that.
Well, he did call me, and he told
Did
me
you
what
say
they
it?
had, but I don't remember saying that.
Did you say that? Yes.
I don't remember.
Now, how would you like to leave it? Did you or did you not at any time rely on the testimony or the statement of Officer Risky that the crime scene was secure?
I may have. I don't remember if
All
he
right.
told me that or not.
And if you did rely on that, did you know at the time that his training was by his own account superficial?
Objection, that misstates the testimony.
I'm sorry, glossed
Sustained.
over.
Objection, still misstates the testimony, that's not been trained.
Sustain.
Did Officer Risky ever tell you, when you were discussing the security of the crime scene, that his training in crime scene protection had been glossed over?
No, sir.
Objection, that misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
Okay. I think you mentioned yesterday that Detective Phillips was making notes at the crime scene.
He had a notepad with him.
No. Did you see him writing notes?
I don't believe I saw him writing notes. I assumed he had been.
Okay. Now, was there some interest in learning the identity of the male victim at the crime scene?
Not by me, but I'm assuming there was by the detectives.
You mean during the 45 minutes that you were in charge, you didn't care who he was?
It wasn't that I didn't care, sir. It wasn't part of my job. I was more interested in securing the evidence there.
Was it important to notify his next of kin who might be threatened, as you agreed Mr. Simpson might be?
It was important, I think, if I was instructed to do so by the detectives, but at that point, that wasn't what I was going to do.
Is the police department frozen tight until the detectives arrive?
In some cases, yes.
On this occasion, apparently. Is that so?
To a certain extent, I was waiting for instructions from the detectives, yes, sir.
After 300 homicides, you didn't incline yourself to try and find out who had been killed. Is that right?
No, I did not.
Okay. What was the purpose in taking and running through the computer the tag numbers on the vehicles in the area?
Possible witnesses?
Was it of interest to you to know which of the two victims might have been the primary target of the assassin or assassins?
Objection, it's beyond the scope of our evidence.
Overruled.
I think that would be interesting to know from a detective standpoint, yes, sir.
Not something in which you had an interest?
No.
Okay. Is it true that until 5 o'clock on June 13th, nobody knew that the male victim was Ronald Goldman? If you know.
I don't know.
Is it true that as of 5 o'clock a.m., when you were on the phone with West Tech, trying to help the officers get into Mr. Simpson's home, that you had no idea who the victim was?
That's true.
And when is the first time you ever heard the name Ronald Goldman?
I don't remember. I don't remember even it was that day.
Did you read it in the papers?
Oh, I may have. I don't recall.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark?
Sergeant Rossi, is it your job to take notes at a crime scene?
No, it's not.
Is it your job to notify the coroner?
No, it's not.
Is it your job to direct the investigation?
No, it is not.
Is it your job to call for a criminalist to appear?
No.
Is it your job to ask for a photographer to come?
No.
Is it your job to ask for a print expert to get there?
No.
Is it your job to direct the search at a crime scene
No.
or the collection of evidence?
No.
What is your job when you go to a crime scene?
As a watch commander, my job is to ensure that the crime scene is secure and that any evidence is protected, and to make the necessary notifications to the detectives and to my command staff.
So you are not trained per se in homicide investigation, is that right?
Sustained.
Are you trained in homicide investigation, sir?
No.
And so are you there to maintain the scene for the detective who is trained in homicide investigation?
That is correct.
And so
when you say it's your job to secure the crime scene, as you referred to checking the perimeter in your testimony yesterday, do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Is that what you were talking about in terms of securing the crime scene?
That's correct.
So you make sure the crime scene tape is where it's supposed to be,
That's part of it, yes.
and that nobody goes in through the tape who isn't supposed to?
That's correct.
And you do that until the detective who's handling the case gets there?
Yes, I do.
Now, you indicated that you've been to, what, 300 homicide?
In the neighborhood of 250 to 300 in my career, yes.
And have you been to other homicide scenes in your capacity as Sergeant Watch Commander on previous homicide cases?
Yes, I have.
And in those other homicide cases where you appeared as in your capacity as Watch Commander, what function did you perform?
The exact same function that I performed at this homicide.
You mean in those other cases you did not notify the coroner?
No, ma'am.
You did not attempt to ascertain the identity of the victims?
No, I did not.
You did not attempt to call for criminalists?
No.
Or photographers?
No.
Or notify coroners?
No, I have done that, but only under the direction of the detective.
When the detective handling the case asked you to do him a favor and help him out?
That's exactly right.
So this case was no different than the others?
No, it's not.
Been patient. Every question is leading.
Sustain.
Now, you indicated that you needed to observe the scene before you saw the detectives who were going to handle the case?
Yes,
Why is that?
because the detectives will come to me before anybody else and ask me what we had here, and I need to give them a brief overview of the scene, so when they start walking through it and taking a look at it, they know where to step and where not to step and what to be looking out for.
Okay, I think you indicated yesterday that Officer Risky told you he thought one of the victims might be related to Mr. Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes, he did.
But at the point that you got there, was there confirmation of that information?
No, there was no confirmation.
Have you ever made notification to the next of kin in a homicide case?
No, I have not.
Are you aware of any policy with respect to how it's supposed to be done, by telephone or in person?
That's done in person if at all possible.
And is it also a requirement that you confirm the identity of the victim before you go making notifications?
By all means.
So until it's confirmed that the what the victim's identity is.
Sustain. It's leading.
What? Which question was leading? Sorry.
Come on over here to sidebar. Without the reporter.
Okay, everybody. So I will be continuing this tomorrow. Some stuff that I need to get done, and we'll be ending it for tonight. And I want to thank you all for being here, hanging out with me, and while we did this coverage on the different things coming up with some trials, some of the news, and this one that we're reacting to, the OJ trial. So yeah, thank you all, and have a good night, good evening, afternoon, morning, and peace.